Party people in the place to be, live from 58 Dream Street. We're James with Games. Punched the microphone there. Hopefully that didn't make too annoying of a noise. Happy Sunday, folks. Happy Easter, if Easter is a day of significance to you. Happy 420, if that's a day of significance to you. Here we are for lucky number 13. 13th episode, 13th session of our Disco Elysium playthrough. I'll be honest, I didn't expect that this game was going to take this long in either calendar time or in session time. That's largely been a product of the fact that I've had a hectic winter. So I've missed more Sundays than I wanted because I don't want to miss a single Sunday. And I've had more sessions where I had a hard stop than I had expected. Because my expectation with this game was that I get sucked into it and want to play it for hours and hours and hours every time. And it's true. I just haven't been able to. And yet, we're having a good time. Here we are. 13th episode. That's enough ado. Fire it up. And then display it to the people. There we go. And then give myself a better view. Everybody's happy. Okay. So last time, some things happened. We resolved the Lena and the cryptozoologist plot thread. I had an option to extend it further. And I thought, no. I'm going to be honest with these folks and tell them that I don't think they should keep investing their efforts in this search. They should worry more about their own health and such. Where's my cursor? There it is. Okay. What else happened? We made progress with Soona, but not enough. That's where we wrapped up. But why? Hold on. This will be the guide. Help Soona with her project. Figure out why she can't hear anything through her headphones. Because we set everything up. We gave it the shot. Hey, I've been a superstar cop once in this game. A sorry cop 15 times and a boring cop 7. Those are the two, an uncommon and a rare achievement I earned. Literally the sorriest cop on earth and the most boring motherfucker alive. I'm also apparently a moralist. Although I think that has more to do with the sardonic text of this game. Whatever it frames any ideology to me. I can't remember saying I probably said 3 fascist things while pretending. I hope that's where it was. Pretending for Measurehead's benefit. I'm ready to sing karaoke tonight when the time comes. I'm not going to accomplish this one. My Harry is turning over a new leaf. But we inspected the traps. We figured out who put the clothes in the trash. It was the crypto-fascist. Oh, wow. So my tasks thing doesn't even scroll anymore. So that's going pretty well. Maybe it is time today to talk to the Scab leader. Haven't been able to figure out how to get into the Washerwoman's shack. Still need to check the island and the boardwalk for bullet traces. But I've been all over the boardwalk. I don't know. And also, island is an island. There's boats everywhere in the fishing village, as you might expect. But they won't share their boats with me. I got loads of skill points, so when I find some checks that I need to pass, I'm ready. As you can see, I'm surprised by how much authority I've built up for my character. Actually, it's not really that much. I just have a high psych base. But I guess I must have done that a couple times for white skill checks. Otherwise, although I didn't necessarily set out thinking I'm going to make Harry Dubois somewhat analogous to me, I do feel like I would probably have pretty high logic and empathy stats if I were statted out like this. But then I'd also probably be doing a bit better in hand-eye coordination. Play a lot of video games. Probably worse in like interfacing. I am not intimidating, but I do have a high pain threshold, so maybe reassign some points from Half-Life, Half-Light. At any rate, fun stuff. And then here, it says that I have new stuff, but where? It's not telling me. Fair enough. Well, see if there's any dialogue I missed with Soona, but I can't imagine. No, I need perception to pass a white skill check to help her. Well, I mean, why not? I've got so many skill points. I'll give that a shot. Maybe we'll start the session off with a win.
Yes, what is it?
It's still not likely. But hey, 28%. I'll try it.
Everything disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into his puny little headspace.
Draped in silence.
And then the pressure changes.
What does this pressure change mean?
It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere, a weather change hanging in the air.
Ah, yes.
What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
Soona. Taking off the headphones. What if your gear just sucks?
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get one?
Soona, that's a great question. Maybe from... Oh my goodness, I'm blanking on his name. But our pawn shop buddy.
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the wall.
Wait.
Causing a small patch of decorative stucco to crumble onto the wooden floor.
Hold on, Soona. There's something happening.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
Murmurs the lieutenant, inspecting the damage done to the arabesques.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing neighborhood peace.
But, yeah, right. Now that you mention it, that's a great example, Soona, of a potential helper with the sound system.
You mean the speed freaks?
She closes her eyes as more dance music invades the holy silence of the sanctuary.
Of course. The speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me?
Well, as we've discussed, Soona, there's a potential here for some tit for tat, because you won't need this place anymore once you're helped, and they would love to have this place.
I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence.
Well, geez, that would take us to up to day 18.
Brilliant negotiating there, detective. As always.
Thank you, suggestion part of my brain. That's great. All right, Soona, I'll talk to him.
Sure. Let me know how it goes. Thanks, officer.
Hey, it's no problem. It's no problem. So we're going to keep messing around down here at the coast a little bit. I'll go to the boardwalk again. I don't know. Like, in terms of things I can click on, like there's 2 murals I can look at and the guy and his kid I can talk to on the boardwalk. Maybe somewhere in the nested menus there's a check I've forgotten about that I could try again that would do the look for bullet traces on the boardwalk. I would like to just mark that one as complete. We have definitely looked for bullet traces on the boardwalk. We've looked so thoroughly. We haven't found any. Meanwhile, like, it seems like someone in the fishing village ought to be like, hey, you want to, full of holes. Could the posts hide treasure? Holy smokes. Let's find out. Alcohol. Don't need it. Don't need it. Don't need it. I need every friggin' cent I can find. I haven't yet had to pawn anything at Roy's. Okay. Magnesium. I never said I was gonna quit magnesium. 260. Baby, we got a stew going. Another reference that Gregory would not get if he was here. Greg's my dear friend Greg is a younger millennial than I am. A young enough millennial that he once said to me, "You're not a millennial." As though I was a Gen Xer. turning reactionary in my middle age. And Kurt would understand. Whew. There's a bouquet of sweat and laundry detergent and some ether in here. All right, kids, let's talk.
Again. So, how are things going?
He looks excited. Tips of his hair are sharp and white. Bleach has consumed almost all the toothbrush on the mirror in front of him. 2 more real and I can pay for the night without having to pawn anything. I have this dream in my mind of saving up all the pawnable stuff until I can get 200 real and buy back Kim's hubcaps. Andre, I just wanted to ask about your tent full of equipment and whether maybe Soona could bum some of it?
What?
Alright, enough of
He
this.
nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
Okay, wait, what's going on here? Help Soona with the project. Check up on her project after Ravers have moved in. Well, let's keep clicking.
Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party.
Oh yeah.
It'd be cool to use it.
You mentioned some kind of Ecclesiastes owning the church. Who are they? It's a founding party. Okay, hold on. Can we back it up a second? Meteorans?
You know, of Meteo, concerning Meteo.
Can we back it up even further and discuss Metea?
Meteo, a country on Muindi, on the Muindi Isla.
He looks at me, squinting his eyes to see if I'm kidding. Oh, yeah, the founding party. Yeah. I know, yeah. Why don't you tell me what you know about the founding party so I can see if we know the same stuff?
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organization.
Good.
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna say that's enough. Uh-oh. Abra's tangled up. Hold on. Abra. There you go, sweetie. Oh, you gotta be careful, sweetie. My cat got into the numerous cables underneath there and got herself stuck. But Abra, hey, sweetie. She's a smart enough girl that she didn't panic and run and pull everything and destroy the whole setup here. So that's good. Okay.
Bye, officer.
So I can't imagine it's talking to either of the other guys. So maybe I'm supposed to talk to... I'm blanking on the young woman's name. But it's alright. It's good role playing.
Hello again.
No. So perhaps it just happens? We'll put a pin in this for now. I'm going to hit the boardwalk again. Zoom out a little. You know, something occurred to me. And I got mildly spoiled. Very mildly. Here's the mild spoiler I received. I saw someone posting on Blue Sky. It must have been Blue Sky. I stopped to think, what platform was it? What platform would I possibly have been on except Blue Sky? I saw someone post in reference to being on day 8. So my idea that this is a 5-day game. I mean, maybe it is depending on how you go through it. I don't know. But apparently the story can go into a second week. Doesn't necessarily mean it will, but it could. Other thing that occurred to me, which is not a spoiler, it's just I have been thinking about how you can't really see it because of my own face, but we got Harry's portrait and Kim's portrait here, you know, like our little RPG party. And when Kim's not with us, of course, we don't see his portrait there. Are there other potential party members? Like, if I understand, if I finally pass the check, whether it's conceptualization or whatever, to understand Cindy's art, can I impress her enough that she'll, like... Will she join the team? Help us solve the case? Roll up her sleeves? Can we reform Kuno? Or actually, I guess more likely, Annette. Can we convince... What's Annette's mom's name? Plaisance? That it's a good practical education for a young lady? Okay.
You see, a once bright mural
Stimpinski!
towering above you.
Burn,
The
baby,
signage
burn.
has peeled off over the years, but a slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago.
Okay.
Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains.
And if
It
I
says, tomorrow is just a whisper away.
mouth this catchphrase, this slogan to myself,
Looks like tomorrow never came.
I got a mordant comment from Lieutenant Kim. There's nothing buried in there that would have anything to do with looking for bullet traces. I've tabbed all around here. I'm not going to beg this guy for money, but hold on. Have you seen a suspect?
I'm afraid I...
So you haven't seen...
No, I'm sorry. As I said,
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off.
If I want to hear about the
Sure.
building again.
What's on your mind?
No.
But
Okay.
of course.
I've clicked through all of their dialogue. In this world, I don't know if anyone's answering the signal fires anymore. In the fallen world of Disco Elysium. So there's one other. You know what? I should keep tabbing just in case I suddenly find something I didn't find before. But yeah, there's this mural over here that I think is technically on the boardwalk. I've already done the whole mental recreation of this scene, but maybe there was a check in here somewhere. Because, like, this was the site of a firing
A
squad.
row of ghostly shades.
I don't know why that would help me with...
With another 7 shades standing 10.
Okay.
A host of men.
Look at the
they
people against the
stand.
wall.
Ordinary people.
Who were they?
Collateral damage.
Bing.
Maybe you should change it.
Look at the
7
soldiers.
Men of
Bing.
duty.
Who
the
were
raw
they?
truth,
I don't know.
violence, the
Look at the
common
person on the side.
The
Ah,
one who-
Kim.
I
Who
don't
was
know.
it? Ding.
Perhaps the ones...
Remember
Ding.
what Trent
What if the
Hyde-
whatever?
Likely scenario.
Or
Boom,
maybe
boom. Coalition
Yeah.
forces. Could have been them.
It's very unlikely. To be
Unlikely.
honest, if a coalition...
a cold
There's nothing
sea
here.
wind.
So how are we ever going... Like, what is there that I'm missing that could help me rule out bullet traces on the boardwalk? Holding down the tab key to illuminate anything I might have missed. With my detective sense. It's not working. Okay. Yeah. Baffling. But fortunately, worst case scenario. Actually, let me look more thoroughly. What else can I do? Yeah, maybe a cell will tell me more about her friends when they open their thing. I have a time check, so when we get to 2200 hours, we can go to the old fish market and get the gun back. Maybe that somehow also helps us with the bullet traces. I don't know. Help the Ravers start to the nightclub. I can report to Andre that they can move in. It claims. Okay, let me try that again. What if the game's just glitching out on me? What if bit by bit necessary dialogue options are just vanishing from the realm of possibilities? That would be dreadful. I received a great honor the other day. It was our friend Lauren's partner Matt's birthday. We were over there celebrating, and Lauren told me that after on my birthday, when we played Dungeons and Dragons, but I was in drag and I did my Jamie Rose character while we were playing. Lauren reported that she loved the character so much that now for a character in their ongoing campaign, she's stealing the voice. Not that you can steal the voice from me, since obviously Jamie's voice is mostly just Fran Drescher impression. Not exclusively. There's a few of my own inflections. I don't do every inflection that Fran does. I also stole a little bit of some other notable characters with Queen's accents. But at any rate, I was touched to know that it made an impact on her. It's one of those things when you, like, all of the decisions related to the fact where I'm becoming a drag queen as a straight cisgender dude at the age of 40.
Hi again. So, how things going?
Here to talk about the
Yes?
church again.
What's the deal?
Okay. Yeah, see, because sometimes you have to go into the, like, they don't recolor the submenus. But here we go. Hey, all right, Andre, incredible news. Susan's going to let you move in. But she's not leaving right away. So you're going to bring your speakers in there and you got to let her use them with her weird project.
We are grateful, Copman. You're an augury of a new era of anodic dance music.
Speed Freak smiles, happier than he's ever been before. Well, listen, buddy. I can augur all the new eras I want. I'm going to be a disco guy. Till the end. Disco Harry does not advertise. You're going to have to share space for a couple weeks, though. Right? You understand that? I want to make sure I underline that part clearly.
That's fine. We can manage.
He grins, excited. Well, hey, I'm glad I could help.
We appreciate it.
He
It's going
grins.
to take us a bit to move our stuff inside. A couple of hours, maybe. Come check back later. Let's get moving.
He waves to the other speed freaks. They're getting to work. Well, there you go, Kim. They're out of the way. Estelle is also busy with them, so we've closed the chapter on this for now. I'm going to go back through the fishing village. It's starting to snow. It's pretty, in a depressing way. But that's kind of the, you know, beautiful melancholy is kind of the best aesthetic deal we can hope for. Hey, Kim, you coming? He's coming. But okay, head back through the village. I guess I should check the village. I will be back down here again at night. Got to look for... how are we going to get in the washerwoman's tent? Because apparently that has some... or her hut, her home. That has something to do... with finding Ruby. But if we talk to her... Hey,
What can our village
you know what?
do for you?
I've never asked her this, and maybe this is the way to get towards getting into her home. Madam, washerwoman, if you don't mind me calling you washerwoman. If someone was looking for a place to crash, say that I'm not able to find 1 real and 86 cents or whatever they're called. Where can I stay around here?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave.
Ha! Yes, great wordplay.
That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
Okay. Well, this was... Hey, Squeaky. Let me look. Let me see what time it is. It's not that time. She's got to wait 1 hour for what she wants. How much?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
Hold on. You're just going to give it to me? That's...
No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway.
She tilts her head
You
on the
can
side,
stay there.
pondering over something. That's very kind. Okay, I'll take it.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the place.
A key appears from under her apron. She hands it to you.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a
He
shack.
looks around and adds, here in chat. Kim, this... Lieutenant, come on. I'm trying to solve a mystery here.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room.
Yeah, honestly, the shack is probably better insulated than the hotel where I smashed out the window and Garth's clearly not going to call the glazer until I've moved on.
Should he? This environment encourages one thing
No.
and one thing
No.
only.
Nope, not drinking. I'm not drinking. Not even thinking about having a drink.
The door has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted.
Unlock it.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangements and look for any signs of Ruby. But just so you know,
Yeah?
After we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Wait, Kim's been staying? I did not think that Kim was staying at the Whirling. I thought that he was driving home. I mean, Kim, I'm probably still going to stay at the Whirling too. I'm an urbane fellow.
The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now.
But I don't know. Maybe I'll be all worn out after... Lots to inspect. Let's start with the bubbles. See the waves, the sea, the church. Old science fiction magazines, books about birdwatching, an almanac from 39. Intricate heat engine hums quietly, giving out pleasant warmth. Oh, this is definitely a better place to stay than my floorboards creaking under my step. Oh, because there's a secret floorboard. Well, let's start. Let's go right for the money shot.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others.
The master
The
detective.
edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched.
Move it.
Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below.
Yeah. Imagine, I don't want to stick my hand in here. This is not a corpse's brain. It's a gross floorboard. Disgusting. What's in here?
Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. Something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. A bad idea.
Well, what are we going to do? Sometimes, if the only idea you have is a bad idea, what are you going to do? Search through the sand and
You
sawdust.
stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside.
Yeah,
Fine
this isn't
dust.
so gross.
And then, something hard wrapped in paper.
Boom. The great detective. What is
A
it?
small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet.
Interesting.
The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with.
She asked me not to make her regret this, but
Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
well, I definitely didn't think there was a bullet stored here to attack me.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Should I shave?
The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic.
On the one hand, I know the pain of missing your stash. But on the other hand, there was a time when I was doing the giant goofy stash look. I don't think it was the look for me. The tight Freddie Mercury mustache is my look.
You'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A fucking pansy.
Hey, shut up, toxic masculinity brain.
A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew.
Yeah. Well, 58% chance I don't slash my throat and die. Let's give it a shot.
Your hand trembles as you scratch your cheek. Oh no, that's not how a grown man shaves.
No, forget it.
Thank God, I would have cut your throat.
Yeah, no kidding.
The centipede is exaggerating. People don't actually cut their own throats when they're shaving. At least, not accidentally.
Well, you know me. Maybe we'll try that again later. Never know when I might need more
An
hand-eye
old mirror hangs
coordination.
on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it,
Oh,
adorned with the expression.
every mirror gives me the same opportunity to hate myself. Hey, Korolev jacket. It looks cool, but I like my RCM commander jacket though. I guess if I get into a tricky logic situation. I do just want to try it on for a moment. Ooh, that's sharp. Oh, that's sharp. That is a nice jacket. I would wear that in my real life. Not casually. Casually, I wear t-shirts and simple sweaters. But for work. Going to bed is for going to bed. But we have the important part. The bullet. Nice touch that Kim does shelter from the rain while he waits for me.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Oh no, it's my own conscience that keeps me up at night, ma'am. So I was digging under the floorboards in your shack. I found this bullet. It's kind of weird.
Damn that girl.
That girl, Ruby?
And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
A bullet?
The lieutenant turns to you and gives you a little nod, then turns to the washerwoman.
You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
That's right, Lieutenant. That's what I suspect as well.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either.
Well, she couldn't have known that the world's most erratic detective was going to let a room. You rented the room to her?
Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl.
She speaks slowly, wringing out a rag after a long silence. Her hands move into the water bucket. Some water sloshes over the edge.
As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
The cops and the robbers, eh? When did this happen?
She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into? That girl.
Dun dun dun. Murder.
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble before. But this seems different.
Well, it is different, ma'am.
That's for the police to find out. Right then. Please answer each question to the
He's
best
taking
of
out
your
his
ability.
familiar little blue
I'm sure
notebook.
we have a few.
We sure do, Lieutenant. Question the first. You said she left on Monday, ma'am?
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
She probably heard the lieutenant's Kanema drive by, and it woke her up, just like it did you.
Kim, you must have woken her up with your motor.
Yes. That is a downside of having a 130 kilowatt engine.
His voice is
The
tinged
bad
with
guys
pride.
know when you are coming.
God, I love you, Kim. I hope it's not awkward, because I know we've only known each other 4 days, but you are my best friend. You haven't changed the room at all since she left?
I cleaned it, like I always do.
Did you find anything suspicious when you were
No.
cleaning? So, what's she like, this Ruby?
She's good company.
So it is Ruby.
Knows how to talk to an old woman.
Tricked her.
At my age,
She rubs her
you
cold
don't
hands
get
together.
a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
I hope you value this conversation too, ma'am, even though it is a formalized one.
Did she talk to you much during her last day?
I'm really starting to temple in my old age. Huh. Oh, well, whatever. People started telling me, oh man, dude, you're going bald when I was like 23, so. The fact that I'm 40 now, I can live with this amount of hair.
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
What do you mean?
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room.
Go figure. Can you think of any reason why she would have hidden a bullet under the floorboards?
How would I
Wrapped
know?
in paper?
She's a gruff one, but not violent.
As far as we know.
She doesn't go around toting a gun.
She looks back towards her shack, thinking.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
This might sound outrageous, ma'am, but let me paint you a picture.
Aye, do tell.
Seagull flies overhead. That's obviously a bad omen. Is that a bad omen? I hope not. We live on the East Coast about, 500 meters from the ocean. Seagulls flying overhead all the time. It's an exit strategy.
Exit from what?
her life? A single bullet, man?
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you, then at the old woman.
No, she's a fighter.
She tilts her head to the side, looking up at me, deep in thought. A fighter, eh? I heard she's also a heavy drinker with anger issues, which I guess would make someone a fighter. You ever witnessed that?
Nothing of the sort.
She shakes her head.
Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. But
I remember what
only
it felt
knew
like
her
to
have
fit
a
in.
beer on the beach while watching the sunset.
Actually, no. Harry was not the beer on the beach while watching a sunset kind of guy. He was too many slugs of whiskey and then wave your gun around and threaten to kill yourself in a room full of people.
The sun sets for everyone.
She isn't what you call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Said it was part of the communal life. But I never saw her lose control of herself.
Yeah,
The way some
beer on the
people
beach
do.
watching the sunset. That's totally healthy drinking behavior. She have any technical stuff with her?
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape millions she'd made.
She brushes her forehead with the back of her hand. Water drips to the ground.
Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
I am thankful for that. I'm honestly tempted to be honest, I was only letting the room from you so I could search it. But I might actually stay there now that I know it has heat and is largely shut. No smashed out windows. Where'd she go?
No, further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
You don't say.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
That is how peninsulas work.
You'll never find her, you know.
Being from the East
She
Coast of
knows the
Canada,
coast like the back
Nova
of her
Scotia,
hand. You
and being a
only
millennial
just arrived.
to boot, starting my career right at the great financial crisis of 2008. Well, I didn't start my career then, but I started trying to be an adult who had a career then. Anyway, what I'm saying is I know the feeling of being trapped on a peninsula. Her tone has no malice. Just, she is of this place and she'll hide better. Ma'am, I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm an eccentric detective. I might have my ways here.
I wouldn't worry about that, ma'am. We are persistent.
Yeah. Kim brings the doggedness, I bring the out-of-pocketness. So, further up the coast we go.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater.
Hey, another level up.
Seems like a better idea to me.
Ma'am, it's the middle of the afternoon, so I'm probably not going to rest yet.
The Feld electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
Okay. Are we about to set off a cascade of things that advance this part of the investigation? All because I didn't put together that if I want to get into the Washerwoman shack and I have a dialogue option to ask her if I can stay there. Well, hey,
One thing, officer.
forget
If you do
regret,
find her,
or life is yours
please
to
go
waste.
easy on her.
She looks around. The air is getting colder.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
I mean, we're police, ma'am. We're not going to do anything more than arrest her.
She's a good girl.
Jacket,
Whatever she's got
welcome.
herself mixed up in.
Might have blown the whole coast investigation portion wide open just now. Finally realized if I want to search the Washerwoman shack and I have an unused dialogue option with her to ask if there's a place I could stay, that would be how to get into her shack. Where we found a bullet, where we got a dialogue with her about Ruby, and then all of a sudden, as you can see up here, my Inland Empire brain said, hey, go to the Feld Electric mural again, which is on the boardwalk, so maybe that'll finally resolve the bullet thing. Let's go back. Maybe resolving the mural thing then will open up dialogue about the boat. Not the boat, the island. But I'm convinced I'm going to need to get one of these many boats to go to the island. Maybe Joyce will finally let me use her boat. Maybe not let me use it. give us a ride in her boat. Joyce is a nice lady, but nice enough. I like Joyce. I can't imagine her giving us the keys to her boat. Yeah. Well, he probably floats.
Hello again.
Oh. Sorry, Trant. I actually just came to stare at the mural.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years.
I can just lay on my back, bobbing in the
Feld,
water. Kim can,
R&D.
like a lifeguard.
A slogan used to intertwine
Alright.
with the loops a long time ago.
Okay, here we go.
Now, only a shadow
It's time to
of the
interface.
letters remains.
Step closer.
Set above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice.
I think I did know that. Although I guess that would be a nude human body, right? Because a clothed human body, couldn't it absorb enough weight just by soaking water into it? Maybe I'm wrong. I've never tested any of this.
There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
It's kind of crazy that we needed a bunch of revelations to get to. Could Ruby be in one of these abandoned buildings? Kim. What if Ruby's in here?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the
She points
identical
behind me.
room over there. Or in that boat shack. In that church tower, maybe.
Kim, we know she's not in the church. But yes, this is what I'm getting at. Why aren't we searching all the buildings?
Why single out this one building?
Jeez. We have +7 on this, and it only gets us up to a low probability. Is Shivers something I am able to level up? I think so, because I haven't... Is Shivers something I have equipment for? Let's step aside for a moment. Does any of this up my shivers? No. All right, we're on our own.
The once bright mural towers above you.
Come on, baby.
Saying, Feld Electrical, R&D.
So
Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
we have to hit a 20. We have +7. +9. So we need an 11 or a 12.
Suddenly, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead. No rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down or gone behind a corner. You only hear distant waves washing the coast. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
What was I even trying to do?
Trying to talk to the wind. The city, whatever you thought would happen, did not. And now you're just standing there with
Still,
your
though.
hands fallen to your side.
Felt portentous for a moment.
Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas?
Yes. When I'm out of ideas, I just try to vibe my way to the answer. I'm an eccentric detective.
A prayer of sorts. To Rivershaw.
Lieutenant, she could be fucking anywhere. How do we find her?
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village.
He sighs, then gets a hold of himself.
She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography.
I love every single one of these instances that shows you, because obviously I'm playing this game for the first time blind, but even without reading other people's accounts, although I've seen a few things that could have gone different ways, what really stands out very clearly is just how much writing there is to accommodate all the different ways you go. Because we could theoretically be having this conversation without having done the cryptid hunt. We have an understanding of the geography, at least. Sure.
And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule
He
it
remembers
out.
that now.
I know it
He's
doesn't
making fun
feel
of me
like
earlier.
progress, but exclusion is a step too.
Yeah, no shit. Lieutenant, as you know, I'm an even more highly ranked detective than you. I've turned down 2 promotions. I know all about process of elimination.
Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
And if that fails?
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Yeah, surely the fugitive isn't hiding in a secure place. He looks behind him, the dark red box crumbling across the chasm.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you.
You can always talk to the wind.
Buckle up and raise your collar. This search is going to be wet and cold.
Well, let's start from the assumption that I can get more incidental bonuses to that check to unlock the white check again before I start trying to level up my shivers. I can do karaoke tonight if Gart will let me. I'm not going to smoke. I think I will soon bite the bullet and interrogate the fake Scab leader, who's clearly a mercenary. Just got to find it. When Kim's not around, so maybe the next, I don't know. How often? I've only had 1 break from Kim's presence. Not that I need a break. Kim's a delightful character and a great partner. Still look for these things? Buy the spirits from Rosemary? We're not going to do it. No. Solve the egghead puzzle. This is about the weird kid. Help the Ravers start a nightclub. I gotta just wait a bit and then go talk to them. Sync signs with Annoyed, don't really care about that. Talk to his cell soon. So, it's just time to search the coast. Again. But with a new perspective. She's probably headed north. But we'll go down and around and to the north. Take care, Trent and Mikhail. Michael, or however your name is pronounced. And away we go. What a solemn and beautiful day. It's almost impossible to get a fire going this near to the ocean. These heavy military blockades are riddled with bullet holes and crumbling. Ah, we can't go around and north this way. I leveled up again, loaded with skill points. Do. Suppose I should tab occasionally if there are possibly new concealed spots. Wait, what are the specific words here? Return to the Feld mural, consult the wind if you don't know what to do. Other than that, keep searching. Okay, so we'll search first and see if anything occurs to us. Anything new reveals itself. And if not, I can boost my shivers, try to talk to the wind again. But even boosting my shivers isn't going to help that much. So hopefully something happens to give me an incidental boost. This is just a payphone, right?
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome.
Yeah, I could use it to call someone, but I got no one to call. And also, I'm really, really scrounging change here to try to be able to afford living quarters without pawning any of my stuff because I have this long-term dream. What if they moved in super fast? Seems very unlikely. Ah! This was not a case where we actually had to wait a couple hours. Hey, Andre.
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000.
He waves his hands in an unbelievably lame, not at all hardcore manner.
Ecstatic vibrations.
I don't know about
transcendent.
1,000,
And I
let
finished
alone
setting up the new compressor
10,000.
too.
He looks at the imposing black box in the corner. It's churning out the sound.
Now the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honors, detective?
Well, let me take the temperature of the room. I mean, what were you... If you were naming the club, Andre.
The name.
He appears to mull it
Everything I
over,
managed to come
one
up
hand
with
idly
sounds
touching
just
his hair.
wrong.
Andre's overthinking it.
Estelle has the microphone.
Yes, you should do it, detective.
Speed freak with the yellow beads around his neck is looking at you. But what about the tangents? Noid.
Noid's right. You've helped us so much. It's the right thing to do.
Okay, so none of them want to weigh in. But what about the other normies? Like Soona, the obsessive former video game developer. Or Kim, the actual only normal person we've met. Soona, what would you call the place?
Good. We have too many opinions anyway.
I haven't heard a single opinion out of any of you. Kim. Surely Kim will want to play along with this.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't build a club, and I wouldn't name it either.
I love you, buddy, but you are kind of a stick in the mud sometimes.
An underground place with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman would say.
We could ask the crab man. He's up there somewhere.
We're not going with anything the Crabman would say.
Well, we could ask him and then name it the opposite.
Why not? The Crabman has ideas, Estelle. Ideas from another
says-
level of consciousness.
Call the place the Blade of Midnight. And then we name the place the Blunt of Dawn.
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman, and I don't like his ideas. His ideas are spooky. Next, please.
His ideas are spooky, but have you talked to Soona over there? Okay. Okay. Well, it's up to me then. I'm gonna do it.
You have? Well, what's the name?
Disco Elysium. Hey, that's the name of the game.
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean? Elysium.
sweetie.
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky?
She looks unsure.
Disco's kind of gone, isn't it? Forgotten.
No. And also, that's what makes the name cool, Estelle.
The past is the future, but the future is dead.
Egghead understands.
No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave. Like we want it to be. And short. And memorable.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome
Boom.
to Disco Elysium.
Another level up. A light beam washes over the dance floor, bathing it in violet blue.
Andre breaks into frenzied dance-like motion to celebrate the name. Someone
Look at him
turns
go.
up the beat.
It's really benefiting from the fact that they obviously didn't have an extensive budget for animations.
You should go with the flow. Join in on the experience.
Yeah. Start tapping my disco
It
shoes.
feels good. It feels right. But what is this? What is this thing that Andre is doing with his limbs?
He's fucking dancing. I don't care. Let's move on.
Yes, my man.
Jumps up and down with glee. His moves punctuated by the stroboscopic flash of the club lights.
Audio waves thump against your ribcage. The speaker setup makes everything sound much better. But there's a noticeable lack of something.
Well, Andre, I've been meaning to ask you, how'd you come up with that particular hairstyle?
It's to express my individuality.
Is that a bald spot? It's hard to tell for sure. with the fused together spikes.
Huh.
But it looks like he's wounded.
Is that important to you, Andre? Being an individual?
Of course it is. Otherwise, I'll just be another poor guy with no education and no money. General issue, man. Now I'm all that, and I have radical spikes.
Fair enough.
Maybe it was a bad idea. Anyway,
No.
goodbye, officer.
Take care, Andre. All right. Good police work, eh, Kim? Soona,
Yes, what is it?
how's the project going? You know? The neighbors have moved in, but instead of silence, I'm hearing anodic dance music.
What?
She leans closer, eyes knitted together in a puzzled expression. You can barely hear her over the thumping bass of anodic dance music. I said, how's the project going?
I can't hear you!
She shouts, pointing at the enormous speaker that's churning out the sound. The project! How is it going? Great song, by the way, as far as dance music goes. Sort of dance music. Dance-esque pop rock. Oh, what's it called? Man, It's So Loud in Here by They Might Be Giants. Soona, check me out. I got something to say. But man, it's so loud in here. The project! How's it going?
Oh, the project!
Her face lights up for a second before she gives an exaggerated head shake. Why?
There's that guy!
She points at
I
Egghead,
need him to plug a
raving behind.
3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers.
I don't need her to repeat that. I can read lips. Why don't you ask him, Soona?
He doesn't listen to me! He only ever seems to care about hardcore and Yekukata! A place to be, apparently!
What if you just... Why can't you just plug this shit in yourself? Okay, I'll speak to him.
Maybe you can get through his magic rhymes.
She does jazz hands to mock him.
Let me know how it goes.
Right, alright. I'll let you work in peace. Eggman!
The young man behind the mixer deck acknowledges your return. When he looks at you, he squints as though you were the setting sun.
Ah, man. You couldn't squint at me like I was the rising sun. Should have shaved off the mutton chops.
This is hardcore. Hardcore!
We're gonna test him.
Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
Is it time to take a shot? No.
All core. All right. Yeah.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the church.
Hardcore. Ah!
Let's hit an agonized roar of the feeble-ish, obviously not too hardcore beat below. Yeah. We gotta do an intervention here. Again, I'm concerned that this might not actually be hardcore at all.
The question is, what is the question?
Just answer the question.
But there was no question.
Egghead, you're killing me. Let's try this
The
again.
heavyweight jam. Hardcore.
Is it?
It's hardcore.
I don't know what to say to that.
Skibba-dee, skibba-danger. I am the rearranger.
Shabba-dee, shabba-doo.
Your cop training did not prepare you for this. What to do?
Andre, can you help me with this, Egghead?
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
So, the Noid has his signs, and I assume his pizza-stealing hobby. But what's Egghead's story?
He's a quiet man. Mostly communicates through music and by being a master of ceremonies.
Right. How do you communicate with him?
Well, he's just kind of here. I don't really know how to communicate with him.
So hold on. Have you ever actually had a conversation with this guy?
Yeah, sometimes. When I stumble and find my way into his center, you have to hear a lot of hardcore to the mega first though.
The man smiles mysteriously, choosing to let the beat speak for itself.
Okay.
Goodbye, officer.
So the say nothing strategy was working. You just gotta commit hard.
True, hard,
Say nothing.
Hardcore.
Nothing.
Hardcore to the mega.
I got nothing to say.
Coherent.
Nothing to say.
Hardcore. All right.
I will not speak.
Furrows his brow.
Hardcore.
Okay. So now if I humor him, it's so hardcore, buddy.
Is it though?
He stops dead in his track, tilting his head to the side. Egghead, we're so simpatico here. I was actually worrying this was not hardcore.
One mind, one spirit.
Let's try this again.
True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the internally all core.
He furrows.
There's lots of,
Is it though?
it is.
What is it? I mean, really?
The question is, what's the question?
No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
He frowns. And he starts bobbing his head back and forth once more.
Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
Well, the existence of possible extra hardcore inherently means it's not hardcore enough. But hey, now that we're conversation pals, could you plug this 3.5-inch cable in?
To the mega. Yeah.
He gets serious.
I can route it through auxiliary. What kind of a cable does she use? 3.5 or 4.5?
It's a 3.5, no doubt. It's right there.
Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary lining is 4.5 millimeter.
Smell a
These
side
two
quest.
don't mix.
Oh no.
Lieutenant
We're going
closes
to
his
be in
eyes.
this church forever.
We have always been in the church, Lieutenant.
Don't worry. I have an adapter for it right here.
He searches for the cable on the ground and picks it up, looking at the jack. If you had the adapter, what was the
Hang
concern?
on. This is a 4.5. We're all good people.
With a grin, he sticks the plug into the auxiliary line in. You hear a satisfying click. Well, Soona's not primarily an AV person.
Great! Someone got through to him. Okay, let's get it all set up. Can we turn the music off, please?
Egg? Can we have the terrifying silence again, buddy?
Everybody, don't panic. I'm going to turn off the on-off for just a sec. For a special
I'll check the
scheduled
time.
event.
Not yet. Fairly soon.
The on-off will be back, but we're doing something else for one moment. All right, go tell her that Egghead is ready to rave to her tunes, and then I'll turn off the music.
All right. Good chat, Egghead.
All right, here comes the night.
Here comes the night. It's actually only 2:30, buddy. 1,430 hours.
What is it?
All right. I talked to Egghead. Plugged in the cable. Let's do this.
Okay,
Unmute.
but think you can ask
She
him
seems
to turn
hesitant.
the volume down a bit?
Her eyes still fixed
Just in
on
case.
Egghead. Well, he said he would turn it off once you were ready.
Maximum!
Shouts Egghead, a great smile still adorning his face, larger than a red dwarf star.
Maximum is the only way!
Can we get maximum silence, Egghead?
I know it is, but could you please turn it down?
I like this,
Just
this is a good
one
sitcom plot.
time? Maximum
An
is
eccentric
not the only
programmer
way,
and a
okay?
group of ravers have to share a church.
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the hard master! There's no other way! Glue style!
Yeah, glue style.
He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless.
And maybe if we explain why the volume needs to go down.
Because I'm afraid that something might happen. It's an unknown phenomenon.
She turns to
We can
Egghead.
always turn it back up if there's a need.
There's always tomorrow, Egghead.
Don't turn down the hardcore!
I think what he's trying to say is that literally the volume is stuck.
Of course it is.
She shrugs, consigned to her fate.
Yeah! Permanent enlightenment! Ray of sound!
Faster than a ray of sound, he's
Never
flying.
mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5. Everyone ready?
She looks around the church.
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air, waiting for the beat to drop.
Born ready.
Says Andre.
Ready.
Yells Noid.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
Adds a cell.
The lieutenant nods stoically.
You're a good sport, Kim.
Suddenly, your palms are sweaty. The church seems cold and large.
Do we really want to know about the nothing?
There's tightness in your chest. Anxiety.
No, ignore it. We're good. Proceed.
5.
Oh, you people and your annoying names. Okay, hold on a second here. Stately target city people. Okay, well. We don't need cheap viewers here. We only do the finest viewers of 58 Dream Street. Have fun in the cornfield.
Four. 3. 2.
You're not supposed to say 2 or 1 in the countdown, Soona.
1.
You're supposed to signal them.
Mute disengaged.
She lifts her hand from the keyboard. Complete silence fills the room, overwhelming the music.
No wind outside, no waves, no floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence. This is unnatural. The woman looks around. In the silence,
bruh.
you see dust move.
It's not
on the
time yet,
floorboards.
sweetie.
The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops.
It's not.
Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate.
Andre hears it. And Egg. Even the lieutenant's on alert.
It's out there now, in the world, made manifest.
The nothing is something.
It will devour everything.
I hope that's not true.
The floorboards, the glass,
No.
the streets and people. Nothing will remain.
No, surely you can't accidentally trigger the apocalypse by following a quirky side quest.
Guys, what's going on?
There's alarm in the man's voice as he steps back to scan the surroundings. A slight rattle, like crystal clattering in the cupboard, fills the air, joining the chorus.
It's getting louder.
Says the Noid, his eyes riveted in the strange circle of water basins.
In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling.
Noid, is that water boiling?
Oceana! Mother of Mega!
You hear Egghead yell. And then something else, but his voice is growing faint.
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. Salvation.
We're gonna be okay.
Peaking, the worst high he's ever been on.
Anyone else hear that weird rattling sound?
Beauty and the Beast! The future of dance! Planetary!
I don't know if this is the future of dance, Egghead.
No, Egg! It's the window!
The glass shards around Dolores Day's vacant heart appear to be vibrating from the sound. It almost looks like she's alive.
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously, his eyes searching for a possible evacuation route.
I mean, this church is old enough. Every wall is an evacuation route if you want it bad enough.
The window is going to come down! No, the roof!
She looks up. A screech fills the air, a scream of wooden nails. The pillars of the church twist and creak above and around you.
Cracks appear on the stained glass window. Cracks run up the wooden pillars in the dark.
Alright, Soona, do you want to, turn this shit off?
Come down to us! Love!
Egghead, no.
Below
This is...
it, all the bass grows, like the jaws of a giant compressor gnawing on metal and wood. It does not sound benevolent.
Not
at
good.
all.
Not good, team.
It's shaking the building's foundation. The floor twists. A great pulse arises in your flesh.
Come on.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Yeah. I think that's the right call, Soona.
Shit! It doesn't stop.
The woman is
Have you?
furiously pressing down on her keyboard. The sound doesn't stop.
Yes, I've turned it off.
She yells, holding the contact mic in her hand.
Andre, pull the compressor! The place is gonna come down!
Fuck! I
Andre
can't
frantically
shut
smashes
up.
buttons.
Signal's passed. It's not in here. It's...
In the mixing desk now, building into a positive feedback loop. This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near
Egg.
the door.
Egghead.
It's coming down.
It's in the mixing desk.
And then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody is staring at Egghead, holding a dangling cable in his hand. A black 3-pin connector.
Egg.
I pulled the plug.
He says
It was
calmly.
getting too hardcore.
So you can get too
You did
hardcore.
good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact.
Andre breathes a sigh of relief and
Fucking
inspects
hell.
the window.
Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
4 years.
The woman whispers.
22 people. Millions of reals. All that time. This is what we were up against. Just erased it. Suliswolf isn't gonna
Her lip
believe
trembles.
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think we can use it.
Yeah, we need a sample of the apocalypse sound, Andre.
this. Yes, Andre.
She composes
I
herself,
recorded it.
wipes the dust off her sweater.
Damn, I
Rests her
need to
hands on
send
the
some
keyboard.
letters now. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer.
She turns to me.
I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. That's the start.
Kim, the most rational person I know. Did you hear that?
It was very hard not to. I think you're right.
He turns to
There
the
is
woman.
something going on here. And you need to be very careful with it.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again.
What was that, though? That's not like anything I've ever heard before.
It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. Theoretically,
She shakes her head. No, go
I
on.
have no idea. I've never even heard of anything like this.
That's what I said.
A voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the exposure.
And you're gonna write to Sluslaw about this?
Yes, our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the writers. If they're sober enough to open a transmission. They need to hear.
10
That
minutes,
wasn't her
Abra.
fault, or theirs.
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway.
Yeah, so, I mean, what happens now? Are you,
Stay here. I'm going to stay here with this lunatic.
She cuts me off,
Send
her deft
letters,
fingers on the
maybe meet
keyboard.
Suliswolf. Also devise further measurements.
Hey, yeah, like I said, this is a great backdoor pilot for a sitcom.
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
I don't care. But
She blurts,
thank you.
then reconsiders.
That's the best she can manage for Andre. It's quite a lot in truth. For her, at least.
Hey,
Now, I have a theory.
hands move up
now.
the keyboard.
Some kind of preliminary explanation to all this. Or the letter will sound like I've lost my mind.
I'm not sure the explanation that you come up with is going to make you sound less out of your mind. Soona.
Yes. And we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez.
He breathes out, trying to shake off the tension.
Instead of demolishing it with loud bass noise of unknown origins.
Well, hey, maybe we scared Ruby out of hiding, Kim. You ever think of that?
Some tiny hard thing lets go in your stomach. You're still alive. You have an explanation for all this. Somewhere deep in you, you know. The person you were knows.
There's a godly logic check. 16. But I have 7 base, 9. I only need a 7. 58%. Let's form a theory.
You don't have to. You already
Double
have.
sixes.
A long time ago.
Wait, how have I already formed the theory?
These thoughts formed in you somewhere, in a long forgotten discussion, behind a kitchen table, in the evening light.
I have a hard time imagining myself in a place as domestic, so domestic it has a kitchen table.
Drinking coffee and smoking, with a friend.
Don't smoke anymore. Would love a cup of coffee.
And the woman, she was there too. Her hair smelled of shampoo as she was smoking.
Don't need to think about the woman. Soona. This is the origin of the pale.
What?
The swallow. It's how it starts, like baby pale. It's an embryonic pale.
But
She looks
pale
up.
isn't
There's fear in
here.
her eyes as she considers
We're
the possibility.
thousands of kilometers from the edge.
Of the grown-up pale.
That comforts her.
No. 20 meters from the very edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you.
Soona, the pale is only an effect. It's a transition between the world and that.
Then what is that?
It's the mystery.
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing.
It's
No.
less than even less than nothing. It's the final rest state of reality. Imagine if all of this not only wasn't, but never was.
Then the pale is...
The gradient.
But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the pale is not.
But one day, as it gets larger, it'll arrive here.
I understand.
She closes her
The
eyes.
theory of the pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mold. Erupting in points inside the world.
And this is one of those eruption points.
According to this, how long...
She was silent for a second, then opened her mouth. Until it starts swallowing? It's already started. It starts with the sound.
And information.
She nods.
Causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church?
No, I
And
haven't.
Also when or how it might start growing, or
Nope.
if it has other effects.
Also
in
no.
addition to sound and data.
An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear aside.
I also have a question, since we are piling them on.
Go on,
How do you know this? I'm not doubting you.
he
I'm
explains.
simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM...
I have terrible sleeps, Lieutenant. So there's lots of time for me to think in the dark.
Knows how to think this.
I think I've had this thought before. That's how I know.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
I have a knack for words,
Yes,
Lieutenant.
it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess.
A hypothesis.
One that's
Soona.
going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists.
And like, think of all the failed businesses in the doomed commercial area, all the failure in Martinez generally.
You think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of events here? Even say software development?
Well, no, software development is almost always a doomed enterprise.
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force had to play a part. It wasn't only them.
Even the revolution was defeated here. It's a kind of entrepreneuric history.
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them.
Should have listened to the tech people. I should let people that are still working there know about this, probably. They might be... Actually, you know what? What good does it do anyone to know that they're trapped in a neighborhood that is not just, you know, in bad shape in its own right, but literally cosmologically doomed?
I told them. But no. Normal office buildings are bourgeois.
Yeah. And you know, Soona, as long as I'm saying things with a way with words, I don't think the baby pale, the swallow, formed in the church. I think the church formed around it.
Of course! A pine wood sarcophagus. Or a
She looks for words.
containment facility of some kind. Built by the first settlers.
Or it could be a coincidence, we should grant.
Yes, but still, I have considered the same. And the bad news is, there were 7 such pinewood churches built in the first decade of Revachol settlement.
They don't all necessarily have
Most
their
of
own.
them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during this reign. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
Well, one day the whole world will be like that 2mm hole.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window, cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest, some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad.
Probably.
Man, you will certainly sound mad.
Yes, I was understating the case, man, when I said probably.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
Club's the only thing keeping this place and reality together. I think it's a great idea,
I
Soona.
wouldn't go so far as to...
I'm just pulling your leg.
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe,
I shouldn't have
it will
spoken so
never
loud that
go
Egg
out.
could have heard me, though.
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthropogenic detection to perform in this district.
We do, in fact, have that ahead of us, Kim. All right. Well, hey, Soona, I'll let you work in relative peace. Okay. It's not quite time, but this is a good spot to say that I will take a quick intermission. Give Abra... You want your treats? She does. I'll be right back, gang. Hang tight. And we're back. Okay. So, before we leave the church, we want to speak to Estelle. Where is she? Here's the Noid. Noid, Egghead. Ah, there she is. Good thing I remember the tab key. She's well camouflaged.
She's whistling a melody, her trusty contact mic attached to a wooden pulpit. At the sound of your footsteps, she stops what she was doing and turns to you.
Hey there.
She gives you a
I've
shy
been
smile.
recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters. The sounds travelling through the wood are pretty cool. Creaks and stuff. Like you're underwater, you know? But like, underwater inside a tree.
Oh, yes. That kind of feeling.
But that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to thank you instead
What for?
for getting me and my friends in here.
Right, of
I
course.
even found some new associates, such as they are.
Soona and the Crab Man. How's everyone doing?
Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive.
It is
Andre's
impressive.
been setting up the compressor and dancing.
Such
Egghead's
as it
been
is.
keeping the party up. He's got the stage under control.
Sure does.
Soona, the programmer, she's doing whatever she does behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much, and the crab man hasn't shown himself, thank God.
But you know he's there. Isn't that worse?
Sure.
Will you tell me what your friends
He
now?
helped us out.
Level up.
I can repay the favor.
Well,
What do you want to know?
what's your read on Soona?
Oh, she's a bit odd, I have to say. Doesn't
There,
talk much.
finally, we've cracked
I'm
the
not really
case.
sure how
Soona's
to vibe
odd.
with her, you know? Seems like she's not in a very good mood most of the time. But earlier today, she told me about Welkins.
She grimaces.
And she
This is
seemed
the first
oddly
time she heard the
happy,
word.
like she had some idea with those little creatures. Some artistic idea. I didn't really listen, I was busy with my mic.
So what's your what are your feelings on the Crabman situation now?
Oh, the crab man.
She shudders.
Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. But he doesn't actually come down that much, just climbs around the rafters.
Yeah.
I just tried to stay away from the crab man. But he talks to Noid. They seem to have some thing going on.
Oh yeah. What's the thing?
Beats me. Noid said they get along somehow. They're both crazy enough, I guess.
You think Egghead would be able to get on that? What's Crabman doing up there? You got any
Who knows?
leads?
He doesn't really answer our questions, see? Not that it's easy to ask them. What are we supposed to do? Yell up at the tower?
I think that is the way you would ask the question, sure. About the
What do
others.
you wanna know about?
Well, what's Andre's deal? Like, he loves dance music, but he dances like that?
Andre, he's a cool guy. Doesn't really come off as one, but
No, he doesn't.
is.
But I guess that's
me
the
at
coolest thing of all.
She rubs her sides, but not from cold. Her shoulders are relaxed. She must have taken a hit, or she's on an upswing.
Yeah, she could just be feeling
He
good.
takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. For what life should be, you know? He tries to push things until everything falls into place. He's an organizer.
What does he organize? Like, besides.
Nothing. But then again, there's nothing to organize around here either. He really wants this church thing to work.
He's an aspiring organizer.
Must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned like that. Said it was an augury. I don't know where he got that from.
She
Andre's not
smiles.
super intelligent.
He's got a good heart, though.
I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. And he's often psyched. Looks sort of desperate, like it's his last chance or something. Or maybe he was just high. I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know?
What? Yeah, like on life.
Yes. Anyway.
You sweet on him?
Yes.
Ah. Tell me about the
Who
others.
do you want to know about?
What's the deal with the Noid?
He's a four-burger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe not eggs,
yeah,
I don't know
faux
about
burger?
him, but Noid and the rest are from Fallberg.
Oh, because you're from
Making a
Faubourg.
pilgrimage up north to visit the Elysium. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle.
And what does he do besides,
What do you mean do? Like for a living?
Yeah.
He's a carpenter, trained and all. He's very good, he just doesn't have the mindset to work like that. In a shop somewhere.
Well, now he can fix up the church. What exactly would you say his mindset is,
He
though?
abides by the hardcore, sir. You would have to ask him yourself.
Nah. How about you?
Sir, I abide by the law.
She gives me a switchblade smile.
A strange feeling. Every now and then, something feels off about the way she speaks. She doesn't change tone, but you feel as though there's more about her than she lets on.
What's this pilgrimage?
It's just something poor Fallberg kids do every spring. To pass the time, we walk the entire length of Boogie Street, up to Jamrock. Or as much as possible.
Why wouldn't it be possible to walk up the street?
I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering.
Well, pretend I haven't been down Boogie
Okay.
Street.
Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool.
Boogie.
It's got a lot of
not
immigrants and all
boogie.
kinds of different people.
Hey, if I make it there alive.
Yeah. I hope you do.
That's sweet. Anyway, tell me about the others. You got to read on Egghead?
What do you mean?
Like, what does he think he's accomplishing yelling all the time?
That. He's the party boy.
Is that what it sounds like?
Nordic music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offense if you like rock music though. Rock music's cool by me.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me. Disco and rock are mortal enemies. I've chosen my side.
Anyway, even if you don't have vocals, you still need someone to say something every now and then, right? To urge things on. That's where the party boy comes in.
You know what? Egg seems pretty well suited to being a party boy.
He basically just stands on the stage and dances and yells how awesome everything is. It's very catchy.
He's a hype man.
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them. Dancing makes you dance, like sneezing makes you sneeze, or yawning makes you...
Yawning makes you...
Anyway.
He looks around, a little embarrassed by the enthusiasm of his interjection. He's warming up to the kids. Where's the Egghead from? Like, when did you gather this little bit of moss on your Rolling Stone?
We don't know where he's from, or who he is, really.
First name Egg, last name Head?
One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forberg. Or maybe even Coal City. I can't remember. Maybe it was Coal City. Egg was yelling along to some
terrible
jam
name
song
for a
we were
city.
spinning, all night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mines. There were mines? Yeah. It was in Coal City.
Sounds like Coal City.
Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. Couldn't even speak.
Now that's hardcore.
It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed the whole way. We never really asked why he came with us, or who he was. I think his name is Jermaine.
Jermaine, eh?
People are sweet.
She says quietly.
You can see it must have been a great night. The memory causes her to go silent for a moment or two. You wish you'd been there.
Sounds like it was quite a time. I was probably blacked out drunk somewhere. Tell me what the others.
What do you want to know about?
Well, I mean, asked about everyone but you, Estelle.
Me? Again?
Yeah. I forgot everything you told me before. I'm a drunk, remember? Tell me about yourself.
I'm a silver bird.
What does that mean?
It means I don't answer questions about myself.
There's more to you, little birdie, than you let on. What is it that I'm not seeing?
All right.
She picks up the tape recorder and looks me in the eye.
There is.
Touché.
Thank you.
Thank you. Some other questions.
Sure.
Actually, that's it. I'm out of questions. Maybe I'll talk to the Noid some other time, but I think the lieutenant has a point, a very fair point. Let's go to the thought cabinet for a minute. I got a ton of skill points. Do I want another thought? Let's see. Fair weather T500 makes my savoir-faire worse. Some cryptid thing? Nah. Wasteland of reality makes me weaker. Probably pass on that for now. Wompty Dompty Dom Center. Don't know what that means. Cleaning out the rooms. Someone's walking around in my dreams lately looking for something. Tidying up, rearranging, storing away all the unrealized dreams. Putting old pains in boxes. The worst nightmares have settled down for a while. A spot of light on the bedroom door after the dark. The fluttering of eyelids in the spring sun. Thought that arises only to disappear again, and yet there's a pattern emerging. Well, let's clean out the rooms. Let's unlock a new thought cabinet slot. And internalize a new thought. And we still have 6 skill points. Ready to go at any time. So, we can look for Ruby. Apparently we can try the abandoned lorry test again. There's a novelty Dice-Maker shivers test we could do. Interesting. Well, let's get out there and look around. Let's resume our real-world responsibilities. Get a little break from the pulsating, anotic dance music. This is not a boardwalk that goes around the church. Can we go north this way around the church? I believe we can. Keep tabbing it to see if there's something I've missed. Blessedly, time advances in this game when you're doing stuff, not when you're wandering. So I don't got to worry about wasting daylight. If we don't find anything up here and all we're going to do is shivers up and go have a shiver, we'll be fine. Hey, this rock is something now. Was it always something? I don't know. Cha-ching. Somebody can sleep anywhere he wants tonight. I believe we've already determined we can't get into this bunker.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while.
We can try once. And then if we fail, it's all over. I don't think... I just ran a marathon. I think I'm missing something, Stimpinski.
An old door, worn by elements.
The tool will not help. It's just a handle, and all you're doing is seeing if you can not break the handle. It's a red check. You only get one crack at it. Ah, right. Right. Okay, I get you. This is the thing about the early morning streams. I say as though there's never a problem with me understanding what the hell is going on at any other time. I forgot the thing I had just said myself. Oh, we already checked up here. We've done all the investigating we need to do. This tower, which is not a good sniper spot. But we'll wander a bit up here. We'll, Is this a different bunker, or am I just a fool? I think I'm just a fool.
An old door,
yes.
worn by...
I already knew that. Why did I even have to ask aloud if I was a fool? What is this particular place? Oh, I know where it is. It's the segment of boardwalk where there's really nothing to do. And it doesn't feel like there's actually anything to keep searching. Let me look at the map for a moment. Actually, I got a message. See if it's Danielle asking me for something. She'd probably just call. Oh no, she's just sharing memes and stuff with me. Yeah. Don't think there's really anything more to do. Searching this one only gets me liquor, which I will not take. Alright. Let's do one Shivers level up. See if we get lucky on that mural. And then... maybe it's time to confront the alleged Scab leader. Or maybe there's some other thing I'm blanking on. Okay. Let's do it if indeed we can. We can. Bing.
The once bright mural
It's still impossible.
towers above
Wait,
me,
no.
saying, Feld
Okay.
Electrical
I was-
and D. Tomorrow is just a whisper
I should
away.
have checked first. Once it told me that I had another shot at a different Shivers one with the Dice-Maker. I should have realized that something I had done gave me more points. So now we're up to 72%. But I've lost the ability. I don't think I can level up Shivers again. Maybe I can. But let's just hope for a good roll. We don't even need a good roll. A mediocre roll will do the job.
Suddenly, there's
Bing.
a sigh carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps
That's how
the
it happens
bricks
when a
and
man
stone
empties his
blocks
lungs, too.
in front of you in her breath, flowing through it.
Or a non-binary or agender person. Where does it go?
In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
But what is happening right now?
Down there.
Kim, I think she's down there. I think Ruby's underneath this building.
Okay. Why?
If I said that the wind told me,
So, how do we get in there? The doors were on the collapse
He just
side of
shrugs.
this building. They're gone, basically.
I mean, there's this ladder here. Do you think you trust that to get us up to the roof? We go in through the top.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
I'm around that age too, I think.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails.
What does that mean? What's this? I can see what it is, and I can see how it might help. Let's trudge along.
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the Feld building?
Could it?
A building like this must have multiple doors serving various functions. Perhaps a basement access.
Let's take a look.
Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe.
Why not use the flashlight?
The lieutenant looks over your shoulder.
What's in here?
The pipe is sleek with rain.
Okay, there's rain in here. Anything
As your eyes
more
adjust,
tangible?
You see some trash. Crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray-painted skulls on the right side.
Must have been piss effluent. And
And nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe.
this doesn't necessarily seem safer than trusting the ladder. Kim, what do you think? Can we get in through here?
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's
A
highly
grin
unlikely,
flickers across his
and
face.
not without risk to our health either.
Yeah, that's fair.
However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around.
The lieutenant pushes aside the reeds, looks around.
The lieutenant's face lights up. He doesn't usually notice these little things.
We'll let him have this one.
And it's right here, a maintenance door.
He points to the rusted metal double door to the right of the pipe, obscured by the reeds.
Oh yeah. Big boy time. This needs you to put your back into it.
Well, we've done a couple of break-ins. Will a tool help, though? Let's try. Let's try the pry bar.
Behind the pipe.
No help.
The maintenance door.
Given that it doesn't say you don't have a tool, probably the tools aren't going to help. Usually there's a penalty when you should have a tool and you don't.
Behind
Yeah.
the pipe.
Okay. Well, there's nothing to do then just do my best. I'm not sure I can level up physical instrument. Maybe I can.
The pipe, the maintenance door.
17%.
Rusted shut and half sunken in sand.
We need an 8. No 8. We need a 10.
You and the lieutenant lean all your weight
And I got an
into
8.
pushing the doors apart, but you're not quite synchronizing your efforts. They slam shut
Ooh.
again before you can enter.
Is this the thing? Can we get a bonus by getting more in touch?
Let's take a breather and try this again later. It's very tough.
Well, I guess we can take a breather, Lieutenant. Let's see. Can I level up physical instrument, or am I at my skill cap? Looks like I can level it up. But what if rest will just let us have another try? Then I can reserve the skill point to get another try after that. Let's go to the village. Actually, for the moment, what if... Yeah. I don't think it's super likely, but what if there's also something more with the bullet traces? With the other mural really seems like it should have something to do with something. Although it doesn't necessarily. This is a rich world. The things in it aren't necessarily keyed only to serve a plot.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall. With another 7 shades stand a cold
Nothing new here.
sea wind. Behind this building, the other one, once filled with engineers.
Okay, is this actually me being drawn to the faded mural again? Or is that just repeating the initial draw to the mural? I might as well check. And then I think we'll go to the fishing village, ask around a bit, come back and see if it lets us retry the check. And if it won't just on that, I can level up my physical instrument with my many, many skill points. How am I doing to my next level up? Not well. We've got a ways to go for the next level up. Here we are. I think like probably the twins have no new dialogue. Well, let's try. Might as well look.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Kid, is little Lily your sister?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Bye, kids. You take care. I'm not going to tell them children are stupid. Hey, Washerwoman, any new dialogue?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night.
Can I ask
What
it?
can I
She
help
seemed like
you
an under
with?
the building kind of hider. I had a few more questions
What
about
more
Ruby.
do you want to know about that poor
Ah, nothing. I can't actually think of a new question. I'm sorry for wasting your time, ma'am. Go down this way, see if this lady or Joyce, the people near the docks, will let me have a boat.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down.
Oh.
Simmer down, bastards.
Ma'am, is that your boat?
Sure is. The sun, I call her. Coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
The sunny days? Stick my hand out into the rain.
Aye.
She looks at the
Sunny
rain circles in the
days.
water.
You got a problem with that?
I don't. I'm just pointing out that...
No, ma'am. We have no quarrel with sunny days.
No, of course not.
Good. 'Twould have been bad news had it turned out it wasn't a sunny day. Bad news for the skiff, bad news for the nets, bad news for the kids.
Righto, Lilienne.
There's a moment's silence. She looks at the rain streaming down the yellow belly of the boat.
When do you think this boat might be ready? Because something we might have to check out on one of the islands. We're trying to find the origin spot of a shot that killed a person.
The boat will be ready when the sea turns and the wind
She gives me a
settle.
nod and replies.
You can't command the weather, officer.
Waves wash the sand. A skiff moves across the mirror-smooth sea, far away from here. A lone passenger, a fast sloop in the distance. White sails.
Wish that was us.
My prediction, it will be at least 2 days.
2 days. Another shot in my theory of this being a 5-day story. No need to torment myself like that. Does she know anything about Ruby? I'm actually looking for someone.
Oh? Who?
Never mind. We've already talked about it.
You then, officer.
What do you do around here? Pick nets?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
Anything else?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic insular Indian cuisine.
Does this all add up to a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Found all my rent money today.
This is what is called a conversation.
For my board.
You don't have to be guarded right now.
Cool. What have you found on the beach?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies.
Neat.
Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general.
She looks at the beach.
Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
We should ask about the bodies. Can you tell me more about the dead bodies
Well,
of humans?
You're barking under the wrong tree then, officer.
She shakes her head.
I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. Very unattractive bunch.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. Maybe steer clear of the things reminding her of the floater she used to be married to.
I'm not going to ask her out right now. Oh, right, of course. She's the widow. Right. So, sorry for bringing that up. I'll see you later. So maybe on day 6 we can check the island.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Ah, nothing. Just stop by to say hi, Joyce. You take care. I can't imagine that this will have been enough time to just let us try with the building again. So what the heck? Let's put a point in Shivers, or in Physical Instrument, and go see if we get lucky with the dice. Will going under the Feld building help with the find bullet traces thing? Like, obviously, it's the lead that we're pursuing for Ruby. I don't know. I mean, there is only one way to find it. Okay. Probably not just unlocked. But what if it is?
Behind the
No.
pipe.
Okay. Here we go then. And we accept the changes.
Behind the pipe. The maintenance door. Rusted shut and half sunken in sand.
Still not a great chance. We should have broken more doors down along our quest. Let's do it, Kim.
It looks too exhausting to even try. You'd only bloody your fingers on the rust.
Ah, I took a morale hit. Oh, geez, my morale's taken a few hits today. Good thing we're loaded with magnesium. I'm going to pop some. Oh, that's the stuff. Okay, let's double check Oh, or we could climb the ladder. That feels not the right thing to do. For the moment. Okay, what white checks are available to me? Ah, man. One of the worst parts of the entire game. Just trying to navigate these menus. We could still go and try to fight Joyce. Not Joyce. Measurehead. Okay. Well. For the moment. Wait. I didn't finish looking at what's available to me. You know what? I should talk to the Noid anyway, just to see if we can wrap this up and score some. So we'll talk to the Noid on the way back. And then there's really nothing obvious to do except to talk to the Scab leader. And to sing karaoke, but that's not until the night. So back to the church for a moment. See if we can have a breakthrough with the Noid, score some experience, because I only have a bank of 4 skill points. Gotta get some more levels up. Levels up, or should it be level ups? I think it's levels up. Alright, so we've helped the Noid a fair bit. So I have a decent hope that I can just sync signs.
I can't believe you got us in.
He looks around the hall, examining the carpentry.
With wonder in his sharp eyes.
Between you and me,
Boom.
I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority. You really came through for the hardcore underground.
Listen, getting some wayward kids off the street is part of a police officer's job.
You really came through for the hardcore underground.
He spreads his arms, looking around at the speed freaks setting up shop. Kim, come on. It was all of our investigations of the anomaly here that really helped me figure out that Ruby must be below the Feld building.
Andre is busy cutting some slightly less lame, but still quite ungainly shapes on the church floor, sweating profusely.
Oh,
Sarah
Andre.
Using her contact mic to listen to a tree underwater. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from the base.
I mean, it's better they're here than they're in that tent. It wasn't safe for them. They were going to get, like, carbon monoxide poisoning or something.
Okay.
Lieutenant keeps it laconic.
What he means is, you're right, actually. The tent was a safety hazard, and this place was deserted anyway.
So, Noid, I mean, what do you think about the church?
It's a miracle of carpentry. Dead bodies carved into
We got a
total
lot of potential
shapes.
dialogue with the...
Now it can be something more.
Why not? You say that as carpenter yourself?
Don't say much anything
We got time
as
to
a
kill.
carpenter anymore.
Heh.
They tried to make me into a reckoner and a leveler. Made me a bit manic, you know.
Yeah, no
I
kidding.
regret the time I dedicated to that profession and that worker collective. I say things more as a member of the hardcore side dance community these days.
Not going to ask me how I knew you were a carpenter?
Why? You're a cop. I carry carpentry tools.
Fair. In your view as a member of the hardcore side dance community, how old do you think this church is?
320 years, a little more. The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it. On the coast here, it was one of the first things they did. Must have been really scared of something. I understand. Alone
Right
on
out.
an uninhabited archipelago, forced to face themselves and nature. Pre-industrial quantities of solitude. You see, perhaps something more fundamental.
Perhaps.
He means something paranatural. He must...
I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well.
His voice echoes in the wooden cavern of the church. Something more fundamental. Are you talking about the sound anomaly?
Maybe.
He looks up to the
Maybe they
rafters.
were unable to face the nature of the world, perishing.
What style is this church built in?
Into building critique.
Taps the floorboard.
Okay, then.
I'm just a
This
curious
is
guy.
called DeLoreanism. Lawmonger, huh? It's a subset of early DeLorean architecture.
And what characterizes DeLorean architecture?
Everything between an ancient concrete cathedral and a glass cube is DeLoreanism. This is just an homespun version of it. Folksy stuff. Early mass production. They made thousands like this.
No, wait, I guess what I was hoping you would tell me is what a DeLorean, like, what does it look like?
Like that woman there.
He nods toward the stained glass window.
Thin, white, a false image of grandeur. The source of the system is up there. You're at the bottom. They really dug that power vertical.
Right.
They like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires. Put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white too. Virginal shit, you know. Married shit. Virtue and tyranny.
My detective instincts, though, Noid, are telling me this isn't a white church.
Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside.
Peeks out a small window in the dark,
Wind took all the paint off.
leaving not even scraps?
Year after year, flake after flake, whitewashed clean. Then
I suppose
covered
the
in
moss.
green moss, slowly peeled by the wind. Your skin crawls from the sensation.
When you mention those dead bodies,
Dead bodies are perennial plants.
he taps on the wood.
Sigma functions have left this place. It's a good thing we came along. The spiritual collapse has been total.
Spiritual collapse, is that a carpentry term?
I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother. Have you heard this one, cop man?
He continues without waiting for an
After a
answer.
short while, they shuddered and went away. They had sensed that she could no longer see them and that she wasn't like them anymore. What they loved in their mother weren't her body, but whatever it was that made her body live. End of quote. This is an high-quality carcass.
He kicks the
power
floorboard.
of anodic beats and hard bass is needed to reanimate it.
That was a good quote. Where'd you get that?
A Sarai's man who lived a long time ago, an ancient hardcore brother.
So, what you're saying is you aren't personally a big fan of the Innocentric
A
system.
3,000-year-old tyrannical regime of history, built and maintained by hundreds of generations of self-appointed intellectuals. It's false core.
So you propose to supplant the system with anodic dance music.
Dance music. Regular dance music wasn't hard enough. And yes, I do.
Well, all the best.
You know what this kind of stuff goes well with.
No, I'm not a narc, and I don't need to be tempted either.
Your pleasure response was more like, just wondering if he has any.
Nope. Cool glasswork, huh?
I don't. Fuck are giving me the evil eye.
You don't like it. So you wanted to be in a church, but you don't like stained glass windows?
I didn't know it was in here.
He
We
cracks
have
his
to get
neck.
rid of it. Dismantle it. Can't dance with a giant mass murderer looking at ya. Not a good look for the club.
Well, what if it's ironic?
Mellow, man, mellow.
Yells his
No one's a
friend.
mass murderer. This is a house of love.
Mass murder on the floor.
Isn't she supposed to be like an embodiment of the world spirit? Is that who the real
World
mass
spirit
murderer
does
is?
not have a body. It has organs. Hardcore is an organ of the world spirit.
He raises his left hand. I do not remember that, Stimpinski, because my Twitch experience begins from the moment I started streaming.
This Arno van Eyck track is an organ. The carpentry and glass cut.
Back then, I spent so much time being like, hey, Greg, young person who I know, explain this concept of Twitch to me.
All innocences are.
Well, I don't really need to think about this
What
anymore.
A strange choice of words. Caustic, overflowing with negativity.
Yeah, he's a cynical young kid. I'm surprised he's not into punk rock.
That can't be healthy. What's happening here?
Ugh,
Why do you keep coming back to this window?
I don't know.
Well, you shouldn't.
Yeah,
You shouldn't come back to this anymore.
yeah.
Stop talking about it.
So how you settling in,
Hard
Noid?
to say, cop man. Signs in here are distinctly wild.
And the cosigns you don't even want to get started on.
Everything's properly synced. I did get to talk to the crabman though.
Oh, Tiago?
Anyway, he's been giving me kind of a psychic rundown of this place.
You know, I'm not surprised you two are
Been
fast
seeing
friends.
Some crazy shit, but he's actually a lot like us.
So you don't find his sobriety too restrictive?
Talking to him, I realise that sobriety can be pretty hardcore too. I gotta respect it.
Kid, I don't want to brag, but I am 3 days sober. 72 hours.
The man picks up on stuff, and he knows a lot about the church. I got a lot to learn from him. Good thing you didn't squash him.
Why would I do that? So what did he tell you about the church?
Crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things. Things that give off bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubies built this place about 320 years ago as a sarcophagus.
Like, what kind of? What for?
Confinement of something they were afraid of. Something new and unheard of on the Isla.
He looks up into the darkness
I think
beyond the
that's what
beams.
the crabman is experiencing when he climbs around upstairs.
Have you thought about talking him out of going up there?
Like, this is some old world shit Ubies had heard about. I thought the best way to deal with it was to build a church surrounding it to contain it.
Well, I get it. Competition is good. That is very true. And wouldn't you know that the trend in everything is towards less and less of it?
I don't know. And it's not something they properly understood either, what it does. But it's what this Soona person is looking for and trying to measure.
I'm just humoring him. I already have my own theory, as we know. He nods towards
It'll
Soona.
be fruitless though. She won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything. All those things they really can't.
But what if they
The
can?
wood creaks as a gale blows by. Outside, dust particles fall through the darkness, settling down on the age-bleached floorboards. The structure does not feel particularly durable.
What is it that makes you think that Soona's gonna fail?
Seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You can't measure shit like this. It's not like substance.
You know, there's actually a doomed commercial area in Martinez proper. You think it's the same thing?
Like a concentric ring spreading
He rubbed
out.
his chin in silence
The
before he said
struggling
this.
villages. And that is what caused the communards to fail in defending the beachhead. Yeah, a lot of failure has gone down around here.
So you think there's something to it?
I
My
dunno.
theory.
Maybe, maybe not. It's not a thing we can answer, Copman. Even I have limits. I'm a limited-size person.
Coming back to the world of concrete reality, you as a carpenter, you have any concerns about the church like falling down?
No, it's pretty fucking unsound if you ask me. They should have built a club for anodic music around it instead.
Ha! He grins.
Anodic music will definitely contain whatever we're dealing with.
His words echo in the chamber. I was trying to be more literal about whether you're going to use your carpentry skills
And
to
if
stop
it
the church from
can't,
falling down, but
well,
hey, there's no substance. You know, guess we shouldn't worry about it too
maybe
much.
you can figure things out, Copman. I think we got on a good level here. The signs are syncing up well.
It's not bad. Why are you so cynical?
Suspicious people are esoteric people. We don't go around spilling everything to Johnny Law. They don't call me Noid for nothing.
I thought it was the pizza stealing
It took
thing.
us setting out for this whole enterprise
And your big
to get our
ears.
signs synced.
But what is it? What's the actual reason you're called the
It's
Noid?
short for paranoid.
Ah, okay. And do you find it beneficial to be paranoid?
A reasonable question. Say I get hurt. I want to make sure it never happens again. So I analyse the situation. Exercise caution. Caution is suspicion.
And what are you suspicious of?
It'd be easier to list stuff I'm not suspicious of.
Because you're paranoid,
I'm not
not just
of sound
suspicious.
and colour. Mechanics and chemistry also have a trueness about them. Most anything else deceives. Wants to steal your life away.
This is a good, dangerous line of questioning. You should prod him on.
Why not? What do you think? Okay, if so many things, you can't list them all. Just give me like the top 3 most suspicious things.
Top 10 list of
I
things
said
I'm most
3, kid.
suspicious of, but if I had one, the left-right complex would be number 1. Number 2 would be their sole accomplishment.
You think all the parties are the same, blah, blah, blah. Great. Tell me more.
I prefer not to. Both ask the wrong questions. Any spark of light from either one is accidental. Their combined movement's only concern is producing enough pig and wheat for everyone. The end goal of humanity.
Sure.
The original mistake was assuming that words have more being than bodies. That's what led us astray. Far from our true lives, but we may yet find a way back.
Okay.
Whatever this true life is, you feel it's the real centerpiece of this mythology.
What bugs you so much about the production of pork and wheat? Do you think that eating is a conspiracy?
It's our only shit.
He shrugs.
We should make better use of not being animals or cereal brain ourselves.
But like having the food is what lets us do other stuff.
Yes, having food
Hierarchy of
is
needs.
to an end.
Maslow's
The
pyramid.
left never talks
Do we not have
about
Maslow in this universe?
Only the means. Caps are likewise suckers, constantly sleepless in worry.
Yeah. How about that? This was illuminating. If I could ask you about something else.
Flicker.
What do you think is what's the true life? If I may ask you a deep philosophical question, Noid, how is a man best to live?
Life is true if it's free from fear, an internal division among oneself and others. Mankind has seeds of greatness in it. A germinal will come, a return to trueness. It will be hardcore.
And how do we return to the true
Beats
life?
and bright lights to shatter falsehoods.
It's a
Nerve
Nordic
impulses
dance
to the
music, it
collective
turns out.
body. We are very much alike in basic structure. An hard enough beat would awaken everyone to a truer calling. In unity.
Just like that. The speed freak is right in your face. His eyes burning. His
Kids.
comrades look on worriedly.
You want a mint or something, kid?
The young man is dead serious about this.
So you're advocating a noise-based society.
Many non-Occidental cultures share a beat at their art. Thus, they are closer to true, hardcore life. There's just never been enough of them, and they had to rely on some extremely basic percussion.
You keep using this hardcore term. Define it for me?
Utmost dedication. Thoughts from the spinal cord. It's a
Oh.
superlative as well.
I was just getting hardcore, just like thinking about the Feld building.
Egghead usually has a better concept of the hardcore. He just really likes saying hardcore.
Sure.
Hardcore!
His friend shouts from behind his mix table, with a smile surpassing your own in wideness, a total moon face, eyes full of naive wonderment. You know, it's a little vague, Noid. Dedication, blah, 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 superlatives.
Maybe you're being too specific about it. Try consulting with your spinal cord.
Like I said, I do when the chips are down, Noid. Let's change the subject.
Sure thing.
I don't think I'm going to conceptualize the hardcore aesthetic yet. Are your clothes chosen to be hardcore?
Hardcore.
I'm not going to be gender shaming this kid. And that's it?
They're just clothes.
I thought there'd be more to it.
It's just a style, you know.
Ah.
Normal hard style.
I thought that
Anyone
might give me a
can wear
check.
it.
Well, hey. Take care, Noid. I'm glad we finally talked. I've been avoiding you. It's just... As a North American millennial, it's instinctual to me to avoid the Noid. We've completed another task. We're getting low on tasks. We got time to kill. We've been putting off confronting the Scab leader. Perchance the time has come. Let's go. Yes, I know I have fast travel. I shan't be fast traveling, though. Wait. When I played Breath of the Wild the first time, or the only time I played through Breath of the Wild, I didn't use fast travel until I was just mopping up shrines I'd missed at the very end. I just rode my horse around and just felt the rhythms of the world. So if I'll do that in Breath of the Wild, certainly not going to be just tossing in fast travel in this game. Unless we get some kind of quest chain that keeps bouncing us back and forth between the coast and Martinez proper. Hey, a bench. But like, I think Kim's usually like, oh, let's not sit on the bench. And then we could add to that the fact, that like we're in sleet right now. It's not good bench weather. Even if the bench is at least facing away from the wind, so it's not blowing sleet right in your face the whole time. Oh, I thought I was going around, but I wasn't. Here's the way home, right? Right? Home. I mean, it's home to me. The new me. The amnesia me who doesn't remember anything before that predates day one. Nothing but snatches and glimpses of the world that existed before day one. And there's the mournful song of Martinez. Really just a perfect little tune. Captures the feeling of being here. Really, this game is just a monument of good choices connecting to create a place. Hello, schlubby racist. Kim, you coming? I wasn't even running, buddy. All right. There'll be no turning back. I put this off because it's intimidating, but we're going to do it. However, I need to run to the washroom. So, oh. This seems like the kind of game that like some people will want to play over and over and over again, and some people will just slam the door shut when they played it once. I'm not yet sure which one I am. Hang tight, gang. I'll be right back with you. And we're back. Okay. It is time to confront the purported Scab leader.
Right to work! Right to work!
The ostensible leader of the strikebreakers chants furiously. Doesn't sound super furious. Let's just get right. Let's not antagonize him. Let's just find out about these tattoos. Excuse me, Mr. Scab Leader. Think you might be able to help me decipher some tattoos here?
Don't think so.
He grunts, barely glancing at it.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea.
Sir, we're murder police. We're investigating a murder. These tattoos here were on the victim's body.
Silence. He takes the photo. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving, hard as a stone. But beneath it, you see dead
I had a
flesh.
feeling. Can use my
in
empathy
colourful
powers.
rivers of polychrome, melting skin and hair.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Sorry, loincloths?
Yeah.
He's clenching his teeth. There is silent pressure behind them.
Could you tell me what the tattoo means?
What it means.
He points to one tiny star in the web of lines, away from the man's heart, almost on his stomach.
I can tell you what this one means. Only one.
He squints at it, it's so small.
You want to hear what happened here?
Yes.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission.
Ah, yes.
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages.
Hey, easy on the
Nothing
slurs.
but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
He licks his lips, as if drunk suddenly.
With some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
No. That's what we gotta do.
Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon.
His voice gets strangely quiet. It's a long, long way from right to work. His gaze pierces the paper.
At dawn, he comes upon two kips, breeding
Hey.
in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding.
I don't like this guy. Go figure.
We shot the boy. He was useless. But the girl, she was nigh. A little fat, you know. But not too old. She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. The kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch.
He nods towards the man on the gates.
God.
He suddenly bursts out laughing.
Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Said
Don't like this guy.
Spirits were watching over him now. Drowned in a creek a week later.
Suddenly the laughter stops.
Spirits my ass.
Well, maybe there were spirits. Did you ever think about that? Because why would the spirits be watching over him in a good way?
Something stirs in your stomach. The story must have stirred up some conflicting emotions. The man looks tired for a second.
Well, I hope the bad emotions win the day.
There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless. Odorless. It's...
Yeah. Sorry if I'm moralizing here, but what you just described, sir, is evil.
You bet it was.
So what is evil?
It's just nature. This guy.
He points
used
at
to
the
say
picture.
Evil is when nature and spirit meet in the wrong place.
And you were there for all of this?
No, I was somewhere else. That's just a guess as to what this one little star on his belly might be. I'm just a bouncer.
Ah, right. Come on. You're not really a scab leader.
Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But
He shrugs.
He's under orders, and orders are orders.
Well, can I have that back,
go
please?
ahead. All right now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, littering his dead skin.
I don't think there's... Is he a... I'll ask him if he's a mercenary. He quite obviously is. Well, great chat, buddy, I guess. We're getting low on things to do, huh? It is only 4:38. Might have to read a book. But I might as well swing back through, chat to some folks, see if there's anything new to say to anybody. Probably not, but you never know. Hey Titus, how you doing, buddy?
The Copper-nado is back.
He smirks.
What do you want?
I just came to say hi. I'm actually gonna take off. Sorry to drag you all the way over here, buddy. Don't think there's anything to say to the young man.
Hi again, gendarme.
I could level up my composure.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
See if I can crack the mystery of who he is. Talk to my former colleagues. Can we open the karaoke conversation?
Hey, was there something you needed?
Will he let me do it now in the afternoon? Gart. I finally found it. My song. I need to sing karaoke.
No, you don't. It's not happening.
No, I don't even... Do you want to pat me down? I don't have a gun. I don't have my gun, Gart. You want to smell my breath? I haven't had a drink in days.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man.
But, like, Gart, it's... I think I found the perfect song to apologize for my behavior during prior karaoke nights.
By causing more trouble, I think we're good.
But why even... You've got this PA system. Like, what's the point if no one's using it?
It's for the...
He begins confidently, but then stumbles on his own words.
I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
Huh? What happened in 44?
A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke.
What? Anyway, it's not a prop. It's for your clients. I know it gets used.
Okay, yes. It's for some clients.
Well, I'm a client. I've been paying my bills. I'll pay my bill again tonight. Just you watch me. I have the right. It's every man's right. At least every paying man or woman or non-binary person to use the karaoke machine.
Ha! Well,
he comes up with a counter-argument.
They all got stolen.
Don't you worry, buddy. I got my own song. I came prepared.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard.
Oh, you'll be frowning even harder when you hear how sad my song is, Gart.
This is the look of a man who's defeated. He knows he's out of excuses.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair.
He shakes the tape at
plug
you.
it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine.
Oh, you're... I'm gonna win you over, Gart.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself.
But not till I'm done.
Time to do the damage.
This is it. This is my moment.
The stage is all set up.
Feels
for
right.
Your performance.
I belong up
Feels
here.
Silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Well, hold on. Kim, I'm gonna do it.
I can see that.
The lieutenant steps away from the stage, ready for the performance. All right, hold on. Let me get the feel for the mic. Put my lips on it.
Immediately, a loud feedback noise
Damn it.
startles the room.
That made the thing harder.
You feel like an amateur. How are you supposed to hold the mic? Should you just sing into it? Where should
Nope.
you stand?
You only get one chance here. Look around the room, see if that
There
helps.
are some people out there, but mostly a post-meridian slumber has fallen on the premise. Not super lively.
Yeah.
It would be wiser to perform in the evening, no?
You're right.
The choice is yours. Yes, you could always do it in the evening.
Yeah.
It will be less scary with a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah. Come back in the evening to get an evening bonus, I presume. And so, yeah, get up on the stage in the evening. Not going to look for smokes. Don't know how to find the murder weapon. Can't confront the pigs yet. Need Kim to not be around to try to find out about Sunday, the evening of day 0. Still, like 2 days before we can go to the island, apparently. Day 6, it'll be. Probably could have made that sooner had I found those dialogue options. Or maybe I couldn't have made it sooner. Still don't know how to check the boardwalk for bullet traces. Maybe it has something to do with going under the building. Buy spirits from Rosemary, I don't want to. And also, I only have enough money for my... Yeah. We're backed into a corner here. Let's go back down the coast. See if we're far enough into the afternoon. No, you know what? Let's go see the Dice-Maker. Because there's a shivers check with her. I mean, I might as well do any things that might cause something to happen. Give us some experience. We also just have to kill time. At some point, I can just start reading. Hey, Plaisance. Annette. I don't want to buy another book because I only have just enough money from my board. Although, again, I've also got a free room whenever I need it. Bust out the old flashlight. Wonder if the Dice-Maker will be interested to hear tales of the nothing that the programmer has found. Wonder if she knows Soona. Wonder if the two of them have anything in common. Come in. Pardon me for shining the flashlight in your eyes, ma'am. It's just...
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Yeah, we do have a better chance because we found the hole in the world. Let's try it. You never know.
Aside from getting naked, you're
No.
not sure what else to do. The building holds no more answers for you.
More questions about the building. Actually, I don't. I'll catch you later. Good talk, Dicey. That was your name, right? Dicey? Kim's the one who takes the notes. Oh, sorry, Kim. Keep running by mistake. No, not this way. Oh, wait. Yes, this way. Put away the flashlight. Can't imagine there's new Plaisance or Annette dialogue, but we might as well check while we're here.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Terrible name for a store, Plaisance. That should be like the, the tagline, the slogan.
Detective, are you here for more books?
No, what are you doing
Math.
now?
It's really difficult. Oh, I found something while you were away.
What'd you find?
I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
She gives you a hat that looks almost exactly like the one Dick Mullen wears on the covers. Where'd you get this?
Just what Dick Mullen would ask.
She lowers her voice.
Curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there.
It's a fedora.
Maybe. It's the hat Dick Mullen wears all the time.
She grins with
Way
joy.
more serious with that. Right, I have to get
And I
back
did
to
just
my
give away
homework
my
now,
hat.
before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
She goes back to the infernal math scribblings. Well, hey, see you around, Annette. What's the story with this hat? Dick Mullen's hat. Makes you smarter. And it looks cool. Jealous, Kim? Annette didn't get you a hat at all. It's because you don't have the knack with children. Okay, we head back down, do one more physical instrument check. Or maybe this counts as enough time passed. It'll let us do the check without leveling up. Probably not. I guess I could look. It seems that the ladder is still an option, but that feels fraught. Besides the danger, it's also just, Kim was so excited when he was the one who spotted the little detail of the concealed door. We should use his discovery as part of our investigation. But yeah, then I guess, does time pass when you're rereading book prompts that you've already read? I'm not sure. Maybe we can sit on a bench and pass time. Although I feel like someone would have said that to me at some point. Were it true. Allez-vous-en. We've got just over 5 hours to pass before we can meet with the pigs. Is this right? Yeah, it's up. Oh, so it's down here. Okay. Probably not reopened just because of the passage of a small amount of time.
The pipe, the maintenance door, rusted shut.
Am I even allowed to level up my physical instrument again? No. Skill cap reached. So either the passage of time will open that checkup again. Is there any cool new dialogue with Kim?
Yes?
We never talk about you, Kim. We spend a lot of time talking about me and my problems.
Me?
Yeah, you. My best friend.
I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
Because, well, I mean, if it needs to be pertinent, then what about just the fact that improving our rapport will make us better partners?
That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
Well, I mean, I noticed you're wearing glasses.
That's correct.
That makes him a binoclard. Completely uncocked material, if you say so yourself.
I'm not going to call him that. I think glasses are cool, to be honest.
Are they? They are mostly just cumbersome.
They make you look smart. You don't really, you keep getting called slurs.
That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic.
And which one is Seoul again?
It's a part of the world, officer.
I know that.
A geopolitical entity and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting.
I mean, I think it's kind of interesting.
Seoul is a protectionist. isolationist pan-Isolari state west of the Insulindian Isola.
Of course.
Actually, it's quite interesting. Some would even say mysterious.
You're trying to make it sound uninteresting, Kim, but I think it's interesting.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul.
He seems
I'm a
almost
regular
proud of these
Canadian,
things. Well, I never said you
He's
weren't
glad
regular.
to have shut down your question.
All right. What's your deepest, darkest secret?
No.
You raised a single eyebrow. No, come on.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but
No.
they refuse the order.
He doesn't want me to do it.
Something is paralyzing them. You're pretty sure it has something to do with
He
the
shut me down
lieutenant's
thoroughly.
eyebrow. It's like you're locked down.
What's happening to me here?
Something the matter, detective?
I don't
This
know.
guy's got authority off
Yeah.
the charts. With just the flick of his eyebrow, he's able to make you his thrall.
What can I do about that?
You better hope he doesn't abuse his authority. There's a lot of it.
I don't think Lieutenant is the type to abuse authority of any kind. If I accept my thraldom,
The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow,
Oh,
and you seem
okay.
to gain control of yourself.
do you ever talk to yourself, Lieutenant? I'm going to confess, I talk to myself sometimes.
What do you mean?
You know, like when you're thinking, do you ever like have conversations with the different facets of your brain, the authority brain, the electrochemistry brain?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So your brain just never chimes in, gives you advice, warnings
I
when you
can't
pass
say
checks?
that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
That makes sense.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. That's where his conversations with himself take place.
Yeah. Does he write down the different, in the margins, does he keep track of
You're super lucid.
whose thought
yet
it is?
Psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous system. You're special.
I guess that's one way to look at
Good.
it.
Let's change the subject.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else really to review here. And I doubt we suddenly get to do this check again. Will we get another shot tomorrow? I should see what the story is with the ladder. Can't hurt to at least be aware.
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
The missing rungs.
That doesn't look good at all.
Well, let's think about it.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp.
There really are a lot of reasons, Lieutenant, for us not
In
to do
addition,
this.
the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're 180?
Yeah, about $1.80, a real 80.
Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead...
Well, yeah, that's an idea.
Astral projection. Be open-minded about this.
Right, okay, so, yeah, what if I teleport?
Teleportation is not a thing.
Oh, I thought that was an inside thought. Lieutenant stares at you stone-faced. Come on, it couldn't hurt to try.
Oh, yes, it could hurt. A lot.
He is restraining himself from using a parental tone with you right now.
What the hell? I can do a check. It's not likely. I'm not ready to do this yet. Because my shoes hurt my savoir-faire. Doesn't seem wise to barefoot try to teleport in the presence of all this rust.
The
but
rusty ladder leads to
let's
the
try it.
rooftop.
Probably not going to work.
On second thought, maybe teleportation isn't a thing.
Why not, though?
Because you're just standing there squeezing your buttocks and nothing is happening.
Well, I'm not going to embarrass myself any further.
The lieutenant looks at you with that. I know you're thinking the stupid thing. Look, as you grow tired of pinching your buttocks.
Let me just relax. This isn't going to work. This is not the way. I gotta pop some magnesium. Whew. Oh, it hits good. Does that renew our willingness to try to bust this door open? Otherwise, it kind of seems like it's just time to kill time.
Behind the pipe.
No, we cannot. Can't level up my physical instrument. Can't do that white check again until something enables us. Hopefully, the passage of time, which might mean, passage of a whole day. When does it count as evening for karaoke purposes? I do not know. Well, let me just refresh my memory. What sorts of checks? The knick-knack stand allows me a medium level interfacing check. The map wall I could interface with. What's the map wall? Which one is that? Is that the one Cindy drew on? Well, there's junk to do. Let's go see if there's any junk to click on while we're killing time. Then I'll break a book out. I guess I should see, can we actually sit on a bench and kill some time? Can't hurt to try. Because even like the lieutenant being, we don't have time to sit on this bench in the rain, detective. Would be dialogue that would pass at least some time.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever...
You can use the bench to pass time, but only when the lieutenant is gone. That makes sense. Maybe the "you seem to be following me" dialogue option can lead to a "let's split up." But I don't want to split up. Certainly not for game mechanics reasons. Not going to let that override my budding friendship with the kindest man in Revachol. Wonder, is it quiet today because folks are celebrating Easter, or is it quiet today because folks are celebrating April 20th? Or both. Suppose I can see how the Easter egg hunt could be prolonged by combining celebrations. Okay, so it was the knick-knack stand that I can do a medium check on. And that's right over, I believe that's the stand next to our racist lorry driver. Might as well check. Pop into the whirling, see if 5 p.m. counts as evening, or is it just the liminal state? Well, that's not the knick-knack stand. It's the knick-knack stand. Haha. A worthy cause, Timpinski. Yellow roses in the window. Those aren't the flowers that were left for Claudia. No, this is not the knick-knack stand. This is the knick-knack stand.
Raincoats.
I could buy the raincoat.
On a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are
But I
transparent.
can't afford it.
For the big...
What is that?
What is what?
The girl leans over the counter to see what you're referring to.
It's a raincoat.
Sure.
If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
Okay, that's not a check. The game lied to me. Well, let's see about Cindy's wall. Ah, this is not the way. To the map wall. Hello, Xorbread. Happy whatever this Sunday is to you. My mother has started doing Easter brunch as our celebration, which obviously didn't happen today. We're doing it on Easter Monday tomorrow. So that'll be nice. Because otherwise I gotta work all the way through the day, which won't be as nice. But we're getting so close to the end of the...
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, that's not the map wall. What's the map wall? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. What's Siling? Who is he? I don't know. I could try him with rhetoric. Apparently I have a volition check with Joyce, but I don't know what it is. Well, I believe it is time to read a book that I've already read and see if indeed that will pass time, or if I need to be reading new stuff.
Comrade, but like only 4 issues. So please, if you value, you flip back to the front of the magazine. This section, you also face it. You flip back to.
Time will not pass if I'm rereading books. So, if I want to kill the time, looks like I'm stuck with but a single choice. Well, I guess 2. I could tell Kim to go away, but I don't want to. Kim is my buddy. Or... Ooh, what's this? Well, unfortunately, it's not a bunch of money like I hoped it might be. Is Joyce in 2 places at once? Probably not. So there's really no point to going down here. Oh, there's even a note to let me know. How nice of Joyce. That's why you always leave a note. Okay. Do I have another book that I haven't read as much of? Is there anything that I've not looked at in the Greatest Innocence?
The Greatest Innocence. Browsing through the... You can do it. Your educational survey is done. Probably for the best. It wasn't looking too good for you anyway.
Nope. Medicinal purposes of the
Medicinal
pale.
Purposes of the pale.
Let me try to concoct a hangover cure again.
Choose a base. Next,
Common meadow root.
you
This
need
is
to
passing
combine
time.
The base ingredient. with
Drama whiskey.
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Pomegranate
You've
seeds.
created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger. According to the pharmacopoeia, it should increase your energy and focus, though in your experience, it's only done the opposite. If only you could find one of these right now and drink the shit out of it. The book said it's good.
We're not giving into that temptation, electrochemistry.
Would you like to try again?
Sure.
Very well. Next,
But we've made all the
lastly,
choices.
You've created. If only. Would you like to try again?
Oh, wait. That's...
Very well.
Why is that
You
one
need to. Lastly, you've created a delicious. If only.
passing time every time I go through it?
Very well. Next,
Well.
Lastly, you've created. If only. Would you like to try again?
Yep.
Very well.
Let's say at
lastly,
7.
You've created a delicious tincture of whiskey, and if only you could. Would you like to try again?
Sun's a setting.
Very well.
Maybe at
Next,
7 we can go
you
do
need-
karaoke. We'll
lastly,
find it.
You've created. If only. Would you like to try again?
One more
Very
loop
well.
through. Okay.
Next, lastly,
At least
you
it
create-
works.
If only. Would you like to try again? You
Nah,
close-
it's hooey. It's hooey. Jeez, it took me 20 minutes to... Book with so much hooey, I was... Got all tied up just getting rid of it. Okay. Hey. Poor lieutenant, just standing there while I flip through this absurd metaphysics book, and I mean, not even real metaphysics, and imagine different hangover cures. Surely my hangover is mostly past by now. It's day 4. Like, I had a little hair of the dog that bit me on day 1. Bookstores closed? No. Wait, maybe it is because the sign's not in front? At any rate, hopefully it's evening time in here. Oh yeah, we got a crowd. This should serve my check a bit better. The disco lights, it's a sign. Even though I'm not getting up to sing a disco song.
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet.
Well, I mean, it's not as silent as the church.
Are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Apparently, the fact that it's evening doesn't help at all. Well, you only get one shot to be a legend. 8%. We have a 2. Need to roll a 13. We need an 11 or a 12.
The air is thick with anticipation.
I failed, but it healed my morale at least.
Someone dims the lights as the music starts. A lump's in your throat suddenly.
Oh man, everyone's looking at me, especially Kim. We actually gonna get our... Hear my voice? Hear Harry's voice? Pour some water.
I would often go there
He's trying.
to the tiny
He's not going for the high
church
notes the way you're
there,
supposed to.
the smallest church in Sanson.
When you're untrained, it's easy to try to go for higher by going louder and winding up being sharper.
How the rail may rest there, down through the mist there.
So I guess, like, if you pass that check, do you get a version of this with a pretty voice?
Towards those pale cliffs there,
It does, doesn't it?
I would
That's
often
perfect.
stay there in the tiny yard there.
I think that this terrible
I have
voice
been
is capturing
so
Harry's
glad
pain.
here,
He's expressing himself, even if
looking
he's not
forward
necessarily entertaining the
to
crowd.
past here.
Ha!
But now
Doing like a Shatner thing.
you're all
Rocket Man.
alone. None of this matters. At all.
At least no Shane McGowan. I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in Saint-Saëns, though it once was larger. How the rill may rest there, down through the mist there, towards the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there, in the tiny yard there. I've been so glad here, looking forward to the past here. But now, you're alone. None of this matters at
Do
all.
you hear that? It's the most pathetic applause in the world, Harry, made of pity. No one liked you.
Didn't like it, huh?
Your words echo in the karaoke mic. People talk in the distance. A couple tries not to look at you.
Well, look, I never said I was a singer. Come on, people. I'm Murder Police.
Quit yelling into the mic.
Fuck you, Glenn. I gave my fucking best. Give you everything, you're gonna fucking shit on me? Can't just say good
Someone
try?
walks out of the room by the front door. Some woman. Is it because of you?
That's it. I'm unplugging it.
He presses stop on the tape carousel. You hear a little whine of feedback and the mic dies in your hand.
Let's go, officer.
The lieutenant closes his
These people
notes.
wouldn't know a good performance if it beat them in the ass.
You liked it, Kim?
Detective Dubois.
He bows
it was
lightly.
downright tragic. Now, let's go.
I feel like from Kim, it's both him, it's tragic. Like you were not good, but also like Kim understands me, so he knows that there's real pain there. It's genuinely tragic.
I mean it, he thinks. To him, being a cop in the RCM was truly expressed in that performance.
No one understands me but you, Lieutenant Kisaragi. Well, let's go down to the coast and spitball hangover cures for a few hours, Lieutenant. But hey, look at this. We're cleaning up tasks. You think I could at least repay the lieutenant's kindness by doing the time killing not outside in the cold rain at night, but this is all just part of my tragic spirit. We'll go stand by the Feld building a moment. Hold on. What exactly does the text say again about the pigs? Fish market. So, around the boardwalk. I guess we'll kill the time in the fishing village just in case. Don't want to create a loading issue. Sequencing issue. We can at least stand under the awning to kill time so we don't catch pneumonia. What about my damaged ledger?
Found in the trash, a cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It takes
read a
about
case.
half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised.
Takes a
Which
half
one
hour?
do you want?
Sweet. Next world mural.
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class." People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the next world mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
Wait, are they unknown to this day?
The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3.
Yeah, I've got all those moralist points. I'm a true social democrat.
The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between two options.
I mean, where's the lie?
A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us.
Wow. All that remains is to wreak havoc on the middle class.
In any case, it appears to have been a rare case of civil activity in the quarter, and agreement as well. What do you want to tackle next?
Well, I'm glad I went to the ledger, both because this is more interesting than doing fake hangover cures, even if it's slower, and because we're getting experience along the way. How am I for time? I mean, not great.
Leslie and Burke, a.k.a.
making good progress here.
The public indecency
wrap up
drunk
fairly soon.
And the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear.
Is it really that unclear?
Indeed, most civilians in Jamrock know.
Working on this unsolvable case saved me from thinking about myself.
You were so drunk, you didn't remember what it was when you signed on. That, or you were high.
What if it was that I was too sober at the time?
Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration.
Righto.
The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear view.
Is it really just public indecency to be flashing people? That feels like a sexual assault.
In their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features. It's a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce the expression.
So nothing we do to keep them off the streets?
You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition, because that's where the action is.
I'm not necessarily a proponent of carceral solutions for every crime, but I do think that constantly flashing people seems like something where, like, maybe you got to knock that off, or we are going to have to stop you from doing this somehow.
Keep yourself off the streets.
Touché.
Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
You know what he's doing.
Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes a swing at your ledger.
What the hell, Burke? This is RCM property.
He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. The officer is also drunk. Way more drunk than Burke there.
Not proud of this.
Fair, you also have party eyes. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face, then proceed to beat him unconscious with it.
This is especially rough, given that my Harry, as we know, is not a big physical instrument guy.
In the process,
So he's
the
looking
ledger's
for.
stain is damaged.
Being beating
The
up someone he
compartment
can
within,
beat up. I
reserved
don't
for
like that.
permeable documents, is jammed shut.
Not thrilled to learn that
You
about
stop your
myself.
assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke. Kill them. They broke it.
No.
He came at
Bad
us
voice.
and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko.
No.
While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore.
Is that good news?
Can't get out of his apartment. An invalid.
Oh.
With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved. Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one?
The Square Bullet Hole Murders.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks on her rocking chair with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape.
But
that's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead.
A sequence killer.
Who knows? Those pages are missing.
Ooh.
What next?
Breakthrough incoming.
Don't worry. One day.
Well, that case didn't get us there. Time-wise. Hold on, let's check my brain for a moment. The breakthrough is imminent, but it's not here yet. But it's coming. The coach, in an unexpected location.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
And the irony is, they actually look like assholes.
Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it is.
Chesterfield.
They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual.
So these kids do look like assholes doing this. But, like, are they putting the coach, like, are they blocking traffic? Are they harming anybody?
Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved.
Well, hopefully I was able to resist smoking what was left of those cigarette butts. Did I ever catch these people?
No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that
Da-ding.
you have what is
We have
called
one more to read
a
later.
real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next? Not much
I can look at
has
this later.
changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden paper.
Put it away now. Kim, the time has come.
Cleaning
But first,
out the rooms.
I've cleaned out the rooms.
What if you didn't lose your memory? What if something in Martinez came and stored it all away, for you to slowly open one box at a time, so you can choose which parts to keep?
Yeah.
Keep almost none
Like
of
this
it.
is a fresh start.
Only the flowers on the
It's an
windowsill.
opportunity to be who I
Only
could have
the
been.
distant sound of a radio. Lose all the actors, the dark shadows. Leave only the still lifes, the blissful distant wash of waves. If everybody knew, you never did. She'll be coming soon.
Will she?
That is all.
Don't know about that, but bing, bing, boom. Some bonuses. Very nice. Right now, I like to keep a big pool of skill points. So I'm not going to open up more thought cabinet right now. I'm inching my way along. Hey, not just inching. I'm really closing in on a level up. Let's go find these pigs. They might be over here. They might be down there. Doesn't matter. Time doesn't pass when you're wandering. And if we go past the Feld building again, we can see if it has reopened the check. My guess is no. My guess is if the passage of time is actually going to reopen this check, it's going to be tomorrow. If indeed it will. Oh, this whole time all day I keep thinking I hear a sound that must be Abra messing around, and I look up for her and she's not there. It's because I opened the window because it's spring now. And so the curtain is occasionally being sucked towards the window or blown away from it by the wind. Pigs. Kim, do you smell bacon anywhere? Well, let's pathfind our way around. I guess actually, it seems, now that I think about it, the most likely place on the boardwalk for them to turn it to be is going to be that little fenced off area where there's not really anything to do. Let's find it. Maybe I can work up the courage to climb the rusty, broken ladder now that it's slick with rain in the dark. What could go wrong? No, don't run. Take your time, boys. But yeah, they're going to be in here. Pigs. Here, piggers. This looks like our candidate.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Right, the pigs is one person. The aging woman, under a mountain of police paraphernalia, no wonder they call her the pigs, mumbles to herself, then notices you and reaches for the megaphone.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now.
She screams in the megaphone.
Show me your hands. Right now.
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand.
Sure would be ironic.
Please drop the firearm immediately.
This is probably the right way to do this. Like, by the book, Kim. But, like, maybe we could talk her down.
You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her. She's completely out of control.
Kim, what do you think? How do you want to proceed? I think this is not a case where we should trust my wacky instincts.
This is bad. Getting a weapon back is the priority. We can't have an unhinged civilian running around with a gun.
Also, we should do our best to not get shot, huh? I got a beep. Okay.
Comply, or I will light you the fuck up.
Okay. Let's humor her. I'm gonna raise my hands.
The man appears to be pulling out an object from his pocket.
Her eyes fill with terror.
Fear the threat!
I hope she has bad aim.
Superseding event. Split-second decision. vision. Get on the ground. Get on the goddamn ground.
Ma'am, we just want to talk to you.
Subject yourself to a full body cavity search. Prohibited materials concealed in nostrils, ears, mouth, navel, urethra, foreskin, vagina, and rectum.
Hermaphroditos is my name. Ma'am, do you want to put the gun down and come over here to do the cavity search?
Mind, the cavity search is happening, as long as she's saying it. It appears the things she says are very real to her.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
Yeah. Okay. We can solve this peacefully, ma'am. Would you please lower your weapon?
Officer in need of assistance! Suspect alert! Get on the ground!
Her eyes are darting between myself and Kim.
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
He's trying to keep eye contact with her. Let's just talk, all right?
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key!
Her head snaps at you.
Big red key? That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this.
Of course I do.
What happened to make her like this?
Probably either a bad run-in with the cops or a bad run-in with the criminals. Or both. And probably a fair bit of loneliness.
Again, a neurodegenerative disease.
Well, this didn't help in any way. Ma'am, we want to help you. Can you please tell us what your concern is?
The woman looks at you, but through you, like you don't exist. Her eyes gleam feverishly, and the rotating police beacon lights reveal deep scratch marks on her cheeks.
This is the police!
She howls through the
Unlawful
megaphone.
engagement. Hands on the ground. Scumbag!
Do you want my hands up or on the ground?
This is what the weather's like on the other end of a cop's gun.
I hear you, ma'am. Look. Start acting like I'm bending over. My hands are going on the ground.
Fascinating.
The lieutenant's eyes stay fixed on the woman and her gun. He studies them closely and mumbles. Fascinating.
See? This is what happens when we are not around.
Trying to find a bonus in here. Ma'am, could you identify yourself?
It's the goddamn police, shitbag!
She yells into the microphone.
Pavement. You're under arrest.
Seems like there's a real good chance she doesn't know how to load and fire this weapon properly.
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine or drugs?
Ma'am, would you like some magnesium?
She thinks she's a police officer. Try treating her like a police officer. A lower-ranking police officer.
Yeah. Officer Pigs, I am Double Effrater Harrier Dubois. Requesting your sidearm for inspection. Pop out my badge. Good thing we found that.
What?
She lowers the megaphone, stares at the gun in her hand. Patrol officer, you're in gross violation of the RCM Code of Conduct.
Sir?
She hesitates, looking around in confusion. The 3-barreled pepper box wavers in her hand.
In this moment of hesitation, she almost doesn't seem disturbed, but like someone suddenly wakened from a deep sleep.
Patrol officer, I'm going to have to sign you up for a disciplinary hearing.
Easy. Press her too hard and shit.
Why didn't you say that before, Kim?
With a swift, poorly coordinated move, the woman slams the megaphone against her lips and teeth. A trickle of blood runs down her chin. She does
notice it. Sorry.
Unlawful impersonation. Pigs en route. Engage at will.
But not really.
Okay. She's actually more agitated now. My bad.
Well, geez. Let's keep looking for bonuses. Ma'am, have you taken anything?
Confiscated contraband.
The megaphone makes her voice almost painfully mechanic.
Eyewitness report compromised.
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Ma'am, consider that we're the police, not you.
Back up.
She lowers the megaphone halfway, but immediately raises it again and screams.
Status unconfirmed.
Again, Lieutenant W. Frater, Harriet Dubois, 41st Precinct. My partner, Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi, from the 57th.
No.
The crazed woman mumbles, shaking her head.
No. I thought Mr. Moran.
Gareth!
Suddenly, she raises the megaphone and screams.
There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now. It has nothing to do with what's happening here.
No kidding.
What's the situation, officer?
He's addressing her, not me. She screams in the megaphone. Red and blue lights illuminate, spit flying everywhere.
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
Ma'am, we really are cops. My badge.
License and registration, license and registration.
She repeatedly bashes the megaphone against her head.
Sector Azimut.
Screams in the bloody mouthpiece.
It's not a code, just disjointed words.
Yeah, no shit.
She's losing it. One twitch and there will be blood.
There's nothing we can do except try. Odds are not in my favor. We need to roll 13. We have 5. We need at least an 8.
She's
not good.
Confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. If not, the lieutenant's got her in his sights.
She's going to be shot if I don't go for it, but I will be shot and killed. Or will she miss? I know myself here. I'm gonna fail.
Sure, you're you. But how do we end this? She's not just gonna let you leave.
Well, I do not want the lieutenant to shoot her. This might be a game over. I don't know if there are game overs in this. I haven't hit one yet. All right. We're just hoping that she doesn't know how to shoot.
Suicide by cop. Split second decision. Eat lead, scumbag.
Hopefully the kickback.
For a moment there.
Oh, because it clicked. That was not the click of her cocking the barrel.
I was 80% sure the gun is empty, and still the instinct almost took over.
Well. Yeah.
What is this?
The woman looks at her treacherous weapon.
Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real.
Ma'am, I'm going to need to confiscate that now. Lands on the planks. Tears run down her cheeks.
Why did you sell me this?
He just
She
didn't.
looks devastated.
Oh, dear.
Grab the gun right now. This might be your only chance.
Yeah. Let's get that gun.
No one ever cares anymore.
Her voice is growing fainter as she rocks back and forth slowly.
Me like this.
Kim, is there any sort of lieutenant, any kind of, could we put her in the custody of someone who could give her some care?
Whoa. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Leveled up. Yes, we do, Lieutenant.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
She's staring blankly at the boardwalk. You're not alone, ma'am. We're all here. The lieutenant, the Lieutenant W. Freighter.
The woman stands in front of you, motionless, unresponsive, almost like an inanimate object now. A mountain of police paraphernalia.
What if she has something in her pouch that she should be taking?
In there she is alone, trapped in a world of blue and red lights.
Well, I know that world.
Her children and their children, if there were any, stopped coming when it got really bad.
Ma'am. Or no, this is addressed to Kim. What's your read on this, Lieutenant?
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this.
What do you think got her like this in the first place?
Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably.
He lowers his
Dementia,
voice.
Channel 8 and loneliness.
Yeah, definitely listening to too many cop shows on the radio.
There's a bit more to this than that. But right now, we need to decide what to do with her.
Well, I mean, should we just arrest her?
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without the gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone.
So we don't have the authority to take someone into custody to protect themselves.
We could
for their
let
own
Titus
protection.
know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family.
Yeah. You know what? a sobering thought that Titus might be the man for the job.
Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late, and they might have already gone home. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please.
As he turned to leave,
Leave the radio
this faint voice comes
on.
from her. Seems like a reflex, half-remembered sentence. Of course, ma'am.
Reflex to what? Being left alone?
Perchance.
Exactly. With only the voice of Gareth Morand to accompany
Oh,
her
that's
whichever
that's the Gareth.
She stands motionless, just a heap of clothes and fleshes now. Maybe if you search her once more.
Should I then?
The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic under her mountain of RCM paraphernalia. Is one of those things a police cap? There were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them? Do.
No, but let's get the cap.
She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant's cap from her mountain of RCM paraphernalia.
Oh, is that yours?
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours.
Maybe. Probably. You know me, Kim.
It's your hat.
The lieutenant nods. Well, let's leave her be. Okay. Well, I have one more task to do today. Both today, the day 4, and today, April the 20th, 2025. So why not? We're on our way to wrapping up at a fitting stopping point, but maybe we can catch Titus. And if not, so be it. And then, should I spend my last 20 real to stay at the whirling? Is there any benefit to me staying in the whirling? Probably not. Is this money on the ground? Heck yeah. Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier. As long as you keep on finding money on the ground. But yeah, maybe this is a sleep in the washerwoman's hut kind of night for old Harrier. Someone less committed to the bit than I am would use fast travel right now. But we're role-playing trudging back to the whirling at the end of a long day. There's no fast travel for that. You gotta feel every step. Will we even find Titus there? Quite possibly not. And I guess I'll come back and sleep at the washerwoman's. Because it seemed like... if it makes Kim happy to know that I'm out of my messed up room in the whirling. And it probably makes Garrett happy if I don't just keep staying in his place. And there's a functioning heater and no broken windows. Yeah, it's all upset. We're sleeping at the washerwoman's place. As long as Ruby doesn't come shoot me in my sleep. Which is probably not the kind of thing that's going to happen in this game. Maybe. What, are we supposed to be imagining small talk between them? Probably not. Probably these are dudes who could be comfortable in silence together. Or at least Kim can be comfortable in the silence. I don't know about Harry, how comfortable he ever is. Hardy boys still kicking it? Well, geez, glad I caught you, Titus.
The copper NATO is back.
Smirks.
What do you want?
Titus, I got a job for you. There's no catatonic lady in the old fish market on the other side of the bay. She needs help. Not the kind of help the RCM can provide.
What's that,
He
copper?
laughs, nearly spitting out
Want
his
us to help little
beer.
old ladies now?
Yes.
You're local law enforcement, aren't you?
Lieutenant
I
looks
think
Titus in the
troubled
eye.
civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it?
Yep.
God. Poor lady.
Pushes up his cap.
Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kurong or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints.
Well, then it's win-win.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
That was my gun, Eugene.
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, pig.
Gave a beer salute to Eugene before he turned back to me.
Whatever you do, do not admit to these punks you lost your gun. You will suffer if you do.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it,
No.
Titus.
Well, whatever then, copper.
Titus chugs his beer down and wipes his mouth.
No. They totally said what it was. What was it?
He's still thinking over in the
Anyone
corner.
remember?
No, nobody remembers
I
Eugene.
don't remember. I was fucking drunk.
Thanks, Elaine. He's scratching his head with his knuckles, trying to remember.
Figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help you with?
I mean, I'm kind of curious about her. Do you know her real name?
Auntie LaPlante. We always called her. Something LaPlante.
Marianne, amigo.
Thank you, Elaine. Marianne LaPlante.
Be anything else you wanted to know?
Like, who was she? What's her
Well,
story?
Like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit. Never took her calls. She gets out every now and then.
Swirls his beer.
She did right by lots of us when we were kids. Always was a little off, but still.
Us kids? That must have been
Jeez.
ages ago. She was better then.
We were all better back then.
The children kept her together.
How'd you get like this, Titus?
Yet wanted to be a cop, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, she...
Furrows his brow.
Shit. I don't actually know. Anyone know why she started acting like a pig?
No fucking clue. It's
Tattooed
gonna be the
man
crazy.
shouts.
Who'd want to be a pig?
Someone who wants to set the world right before it ends, Elaine. You ever think of it like that?
No, I didn't. Because I'm not fucking stupid, Polisante.
Yeah, Carl. That's some pretty fucking weird shit to say.
The
The
big-
pigs level weird.
Big man
Whatever
shrugs.
Gets you through the day.
Titus, did you not pick up on the fact I'm kind of a weird dude? How'd she get all that fucking cop gear?
know. She lives
He
by
shrugs.
the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach.
Surprised the electronics would
Police
still be working.
paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
Thank you, Kim. Like, the widow talked to us about the stuff that washes up in the beach.
Station 41. A man carries a crate of rusted, unused badges. You think these would net us something at the annual auction? A balding detective drags a comb futilely across his head. Shit, who'd want those? Just dump them into the river.
Well, hey, case closed. But for real, thanks for helping out on this one, Titus. It's the right thing to
No
do.
problem, old cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez. Ain't that right, boys?
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
Ha. Sure thing, Eugene. Well, I'm taking off. All right. One more trudge, and we're done for the day. Feels like some shit is about to progress. Whether that's stuff just happening because it becomes day 5, or if we get another crack at that door and we get in and it starts really kind of advancing the case. Feels like we're at a precipice. And if the one mild spoiler that I mentioned earlier, which is that I saw somebody refer to their current playthrough and say they were on day 8. So I know there's at least 8 days, or can be. Makes me start to wonder, with that much time in the story, could we actually wind up having other party members? Would it be a third party member, or would it be Kim gets called away, Heaven for Fen gets killed or something? I feel like someone would have accidentally spoiled that for me already. Someone would have said something like, oh, Kim, you know, made it clear they were mourning him. Or maybe everyone's been laser focused on preserving the shock and pain for me. Washerwoman's spot is not right here, but it's around here. This is the plaza where she sits, right? Right over here. Yes, here we are. My home away from home.
It's getting cold. It's late in the night. Time to call it a day.
Well, thanks for walking me to the shack. Good night, Kim.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
In one way, it's a silly ludonarrative thing. You know, he's in my party, so he walked all the way back here, even though we were leaving the place where he's staying. But another way, it just makes sense. If I was Kim, I would actually want to make sure Harrier Dubois was getting securely to wherever he was going to sleep. Not only because I care about him as a person, but because...
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it...
Hey, maybe I should level up my...
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
Don't need to think about that right now. Maybe later. Let's turn it in. The end of day 4.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
I mean, it's way better than my previous accommodations.
The bed underneath you is soft, if lumpy. Waves wash the sand underneath the hut, then grow distant to your ear. In the quiet hum.
This actually sounds like a great auditory environment for sleeping. Just like all gentle white noise. Crisscrossing, overlapping gentle white noise.
Like a deftly cast fishing net.
I thought I might actually sleep through the night.
You out of the world and into its dark shore.
I mean, this is sleep, but...
The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you. It digs into your brain.
No, I'm listening to the waves. You let me sleep.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately?
Yes, quite a few people today. It was a very good Thursday.
Anyone lately?
Sort of.
Murdered anyone lately?
No.
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people and then forgets about it.
I didn't have that many kills in my ledger, and it's not necessarily murder, but maybe it was, but that was the past. And listen, I'm just trying to sleep.
Iceman wants to sleep. He doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him.
No, I do care.
Blackwater.
But I'm more likely to kill people if I don't get a good night's sleep.
The thing he's really scared of is much, much worse than that.
Why do we have to do this dance every night? It's so dark. It's sleep time.
We're trying to help you.
I doubt that. I'm skeptical.
These processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream. The worst of them all.
Oh, how bad could it be?
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
And the air will smell of apricots.
Of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later, in front of the video rental, there is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
Gonna be alright.
Everything is so okay.
Can't wait. Can't wait.
Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
What alarm?
The last thought in your head before waking is, you need to go to the church.
Do I? Well, deal with that on Friday. Boom. Got my morale back up. Sit in my chair for a moment while I shake the cobwebs off. And here we are. If I discovered this accommodation possibility a little bit earlier, maybe I would have, I'd be more on my way to liberating Kim's stuff. Not sure, as I've mentioned, that it matters that I sleep at the end. There's probably an autosave that it doesn't tell you about when you sleep, but just to be safe. Great. Turn to the main menu. And this was a successful session, as they all are, because even when you're not making forward progress, you're having a great time playing a cool game. We helped the kids, started the Raver Club, named it Disco Elysium, the name of the game. We made some breakthroughs on the Ruby investigation. We got my gun back. This was not a bad day. We're that much closer to whatever awaits us. And there's only one way to find out, and that's to keep on playing, which we shall. So check it out. It's a topsy-turvy week here at 58 Dream Street. Greg and James beat 'em up. We'll be taking a week off. But on Wednesday, we'll be doing Friday Night Frosthaven. But on Wednesday. Because Rich has a fishing trip. So he is going away on Friday. Unless it rains a lot. But we're not going to plan on that. So we're playing Friday Night Frosthaven. Starting the scenario. The Face of Torment. The last step in Rich's quest chain. If we complete it, he retires the pain conduit. So that's exciting. Then, with Friday evening free, well, we're going to do something different here. My drag persona, the Professor Jamie Rose, will be back. And she's going to take a pause from her Leisure Suit Larry playthrough, which we'll keep as a Saturday afternoon thing. For Friday night after dark, she's going to play a contemporary visual novel game about, I think, vampires, sexy vampires on a reality show or something. It's called Fledgling Manor. I've heard some good things about it. And I follow one of the developers on Blue Sky. So, I don't know. I keep hearing about it because she mentions it every now and then. Give it a shot. It's well regarded by the small number of people who seem to have reviewed it on Steam. So we'll dive into Fledgling Manor. And we'll see what that's all about while I test out my Fran Drescher impression. And I don't know what I'll be wearing, but it'll be cool and sexy. So look forward to that, everybody. Next Saturday, definitely a Space Quest 6, the Spinal Frontier day, because Danielle's going away on Saturday, so she won't be here to help me get into drag, and I don't have the makeup skills yet. I'm doing more and more of the makeup myself, but no, I cannot really make myself as pretty as the character is supposed to be without the help of my wonderful partner and her makeup artist skills. I'll have to get her to watch the end of this video, just so she sees that I was big up in her. So we'll finish off, hopefully. Knock on wood. I must have wood around here. Yes, I do. Space Quest 6, The Spinal Frontier, and put that whole series to rest. And then the next thing for me on Saturdays is going to be Suikoden, the classic JRPG that I've only played once before in my life for 3 hours on a Saturday morning. When I didn't own a memory card on my PlayStation yet, I rented the game. Then my sister, it was her turn on the TV. We called my buddy Jake to see if he could bring his memory card over so we could save. But Jake was asleep. It was 11 something in the afternoon, but in the morning. But we were adolescents. He was sleeping. It didn't happen. Didn't come together. That's the only experience I've ever had of the game. But they say great things about it, and especially about the second one. And I love The Water Margin, the novel that it takes some inspiration from. So, cool. We'll fire that up. But that's not next Saturday. Saturday after. And then before you know it, it'll be Sunday again. We'll be right back here in Ravers, hopefully advancing the case towards finding Ruby, finding leads, finding bullet traces. Who knows? Maybe there's a day 5 event that flips the script. There's only one way to find out, and that's to keep playing. So I hope you'll join me again. Sweet. That's it. That's all there is. So if you stuck around to the end, thanks for sticking around to the end. If you came and you left and you can't hear my voice, I'm glad you stopped by anyway. So thanks for stopping by. And until the next time, when we're discoing the old Elysium together, you have a great week too, Jacket. Take care of yourselves and be kind to everyone you meet. 420, blaze up.